Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. We're now ready to proceed with our book launch for Sujata Bajaj Ganapati. This book will be released by Princess Diya Kumari. For now, I would like to welcome to the stage Sunaina Anand, publisher from the Art Alive Gallery in Delhi, the artist Sujata Bajaj, a well-known curator of art, writer, art critic and documentarian Ina Puri, and Rajiv Arora, chairman of the Jaipur Citizen Forum and the face of the much-loved jewellery store Amrapali. Would those four guests please join us on stage? Let's give them a warm round of applause. Please join me also in welcoming on stage Princess Diya Kumari.
महसूस हुआ दैट्स इट है ना देखिए आपने
No, it's not started yet.
Are we ready to start? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much for waiting. First of all, of course, a very warm welcome to Princess Diya Kumari ji for having made the time to attend this wonderful book release function. Briefly about the book, Sujata Bajaj's Ganapati. We have known Sujata in her long years as an artist, as an abstract art practitioner. And I think a lot of eyebrows are going to be raised by the fact that this particular book, this marvelous book brought out by Art Alive, has to do with Ganapati, which is kind of figurative. it is an amazing blend actually of the abstract and the figurative forms. Sujata has been working on sketches, on sculptures, on paintings of Ganapati ji for the last 30 years. And I have seen some of those works. I think lots of other people have. Raza Saab is a great admirer of these particular works. And every time Raza Saab came to Sujata's studio in Paris, he would encourage her and he would tell her that these are some beautiful paintings which need to be put together in a book and later on maybe in an exhibition. Sujata talks about Ganapati in a very strange way. It's almost like a raga or a piece of music, because she says, for me, the form of Ganapati is endless. The form is something that just flows from my paintbrush. And the colors in her palette for this particular series of works are her signature colors: oranges, reds, mustards, strong Indian colors. No matter where she is, whether she is in Norway or Paris, Sujata remains an Indian artist at the core of her heart. And I'm going to begin by asking Sujata a little bit about how it all began, to the time she first, in Jaipur, where she was born, how she went to the temples, and how the image of Ganapati impressed her as a child when she accompanied her mother to the temple. Sujata Bajaj.
Hi.
First, tell me about Jaipur and your association with Jaipur.
My association with Jaipur is very strong because this is my birthplace. I've schooled here, all my making years are in Jaipur, so the music, the color, the life of Rajasthan has been literally in my blood. I'm also from Rajasthan, so all put together, Rajasthan is a very, very important part of my life and my work.
And about Ganapati, this whole series that you have painted.
We were small kids going to school, and I still remember every Wednesday, 3-4 of us friends used to go walking to Moti Dungri temple. It was sort of a ritual. Every Wednesday we do it, and we go there, and that orange color somehow entered so much in my system that when I started to work with my paintings, I wanted that orange, and somehow I couldn't get those orange. So I was so restless to get that orange. So these colors and forms, they are outside of other conventional things, and they really draw you. An artist, for being an artist, I feel this is endless form.
You've also used the script very interestingly. You've used clippings of newspapers from French newspapers, maybe even from the Jaipur Times.
See, it's my life. My life is between India, Paris. My husband is Norwegian, so part of Norway is in me, and I live partly in Dubai also. So it's like really, and I have traveled vastly. I have done my PhD in tribal art. So when I was traveling and working around, I somewhere picked up some text, somewhere some newspaper. Once I was in Himalaya, so I got some Bhujapatra.
Yes.
So all these things got collected in my treasure. And when I started to work, I said it should be like my life, that everything, all these small things put together and makes this artwork.
Excellent. Sunaina Anand, many congratulations. Art Alive is bringing out and has brought out some fabulous books. So this is with Art Alive,
Art and Soul, and 2 are French publishers.
And there are 2 other French publishers, but many congratulations, Sunaina. What is your plan for this particular book? And it must be very expensive to bring out an art book. Why on earth are you bringing out such spectacular tomes year after year?
First of all, I must say that bringing out a book is almost like having a child, It's like, it's a work of labor, and there's a whole lot of people who come together to put a book. Firstly, it's the artist and her or his, vision that, puts a book together. But after that, the designer, the people connected with the work of Sujata, people who are her supporters or friends, everything puts the work together. And when it comes to us, which is like the gallery who works with Sujata, we are also involved because Sujata has been talking about this whole series for many, many years. And being an abstract artist, we said, okay, you're doing, and she never showed, because these were all her personal body of works. So she never showed it to us, but when she did show to another gallerist, which was a few years ago, and that's how the show happened. And when I got to know about it, I was a little jealous. I can't be starting with Mumbai and not doing it in Delhi. And she said, no, the next show has to be in Delhi, but this time it will be with the book that will embody the entire collection, starting from her early etchings to present body of work. So the book is spectacular, expensive, but with the labor that's gone into creating those artworks, I don't think so it's that expensive when you compare to the work that's gone, 30 years of work. And it's purely a work
Labor
of
love.
joy,
Yes.
love, affection, passion, and it's a book that I can promise that anybody who has it on its table would not take their attention anywhere else, but it will be on the book, because every page of the book makes you see how Sujata looks at just few forms of Ganpati and how she looks at it differently from one page to the other. And it's a very colorful book coming from Rajasthan. You see her colors and she's sitting very colorfully there as well. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity for Artilai to associate with this book, and this is the very first launch, and that was her desire and our desire too, and we wanted it to launch in Jaipur at the Lit Fest.
My birthplace.
And her birthplace. So we are here, and I am very sure that when you look at the book at the bookshop later, you're really going to enjoy the book. And we have some pamphlets here too that one can collect from us after the launch to know more about the book, and if you desire to possess a copy, it's going to be there, but that we'll talk later after the launch.
Thank you, Sunaina. Rajiv ji, you've been following Sujata's works now for many years.
जी
So as a supporter and a collector, I'd like you to just share with us your impressions of Sujata Bajaj.
देखिए, जयपुर वालों को तो सबसे पहले तो बहुत गर्व है, पर ये जयपुर की बेटी है, ये जयपुर में पैदा हुई और उसके बाद पेरिस तक पहुंची अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीट के अंदर। उन्हें मैं आई नो हर लास्ट 25-30 years। जयपुर के बाद पूना गई। जयपुर में तो गणपति का बताए रहे मूर्ति डूंगरी जाते हैं। पूना का एक बड़ा महत्व है, गणेश चतुर्थी, वहाँ पे जो गणेश के संग जो जुड़े हुए उत्सव हैं, मेरे ख्याल से पूरे महाराष्ट्र के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा पूना उसका केंद्र है। तो इसने अपने और भी जानना चाहिए इनके बारे में। ये गांधीवादी परिवार से आती हैं और वर्धा में रही बहुत समय तक, विनोबा जी के आश्रम में रही। इनके माता पिता ने सफ़ेद कपड़े पहने पूरी ज़िंदगी और इन्होंने अपनी पेंटिंग्स में पूरा कलर भर दिया। तो जो कमी इनके परिवार में मैंने देखा कि मैं पढ़ रहा था कि इन्होंने एक बात तय करा, विनोबा जी के सामने माता जी ने कह दिया कि मैं सफ़ेद ही वस्त्र धारण करूंगी। उन्होंने कहा तो उसके बाद उन्होंने ज़िंदगी में कलर कपड़े नहीं पहने, रंग नहीं देखा। और इनके लाल, नीला, पीला, ऑरेंज सारे कलर्स इनकी कपड़े दिख रहे हैं और उस किताब में भी देखने को मिलेंगे। तो मेरे ख्याल से गणपति पे, और फिर मैंने पेरिस में गया, इनके घर भी गया, इनके स्टूडियो में गया, इनको काम करते देखा है, इनका नॉर्वे से कनेक्शन देखा है। लेकिन एक हिंदुस्तानी होते हुए 28 साल से ये पेरिस में, 1988 में गए थे आप पहली बार पेरिस में गए, उसके बाद भी इनकी हर पेंटिंग में, हर कला के अंदर उसकी आत्मा, सोल इज़ वेरी वेरी इंडियन, बहुत हिंदुस्तानी है। और जयपुर की जो मिनीचर पेंटिंग्स हैं, जयपुर के जो हमको पुराने पन्ने मिलते हैं जिनके ऊपर कुछ कहावतें लिखी होती हैं, कुछ वेदों के, पुराण के कुछ पन्ने होते हैं, उन सबको इन्होंने अपनी पेंटिंग से जोड़ा है। और मेरे ख्याल से दुनिया को भी, क्योंकि इतनी सारी एग्जीबिशन लगी है हिंदुस्तान की संस्कृति के बारे में, कलर के बारे में, यहाँ की मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट्स के बारे में और मिनीचर पेंटिंग को खुद के काम करने के तरीके से इन्होंने दिखाया है। एब्स्ट्रैक्ट तो ये चित्र बनाते हैं, लेकिन समझने वाला हो उसके अंदर उनकी लकीरों की, उनकी गुलाइयों को, तो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत गूढ़ता से बहुत चीज़ें उसमें भरी हुई है, बड़ा गागर में सागर है उसमें।
जी Diya Kumari ji, now of course you'll be releasing the book, but in case you want to say a few words, please.
I'd like to congratulate Sujata ji. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be, doing this today. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. You're a Jaipur girl. You're one of us.
Absolutely.
And that's what gives me even more pleasure. And when I saw the work of art that you produced, it's actually a work of art in itself.
Thank you.
And it's just the most amazing the way you have depicted Ganpati, use different mediums. I think I've never seen something like this before. And thank you Rajiv ji for having introduced us. And I'd also like to invite you someday, very soon hopefully, to have an exhibition of these beautiful things of all your works at some point in the museum.
Sure.
That will be an absolute pleasure.
My pleasure too.
And I hope you do, I'm sure everyone will enjoy getting the book and seeing the amazing work, the amount of time you put in, the labor, so many years of,
30 years.
Yes, imagine. I mean, I was totally overwhelmed, and I couldn't stop myself from reading everything. I read your interview, read about, your life, about your family. It's just really unbelievable, and really hats off to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just release
So I
the
think we should now please do the honor of releasing the book. I need some help.
Like a
Yeah, we need to take that around. Just take this out.
we will.
beautifully packed in Sujata's colors.
Yeah.
It's like actually an
Yeah,
old
and a
manuscript.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
फिर अंदर का भी निकाल लेंगे, बहुत भारी है। इसको अंदर भी निकाल लें। Sorry.
This is it.
Open a few pages.
Beautiful.
Colors.
Many one page.
आप एक पे हमें लिख के देंगे।
Yeah, so that's the.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Gaurav. Thank you very, very much for the launch. The book looks exquisite.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being part of it. Thank you.
Yes.
If anybody is interested in further information about the book, I have some pamphlets here. Please do come up to the front of the stage and I can give those to you. The next session to go on here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn will be at 2:30. That session is To the End of the Land. That's David Grossman in conversation with Jonathan Shanan. That session will be presented by the Rajasthan Patrika series. I'll quickly run you through other events happening at 2:30 as well. In Charbagh, there's a session going in called The Creative Process, How Writers Write. That session is with guests Sirin Vadakut, Esther Freud, Casey Schwartz, and Vivek Shambhag in conversation with Nero Gokhale, and that session is presented by Amity University. In the Google Mobile tent, the session going in now, please forgive my terribly poor Hindi pronunciation, Ye Dil Mange More. I'll check that one and come back to you. That's Anuja Chan in conversation with Ira Pandey, and that's part of the Women Uninterrupted series. In the Bagtak, the session going in at 2:30 is From Jamaica to Zion. That's Kai Miller and Marlon James in conversation with Tishani Doshi. In the Mahindra Humanity Centre Durbar, Fiction and Economics. That's Arvind Subramaniam, introduced by Mihir S. Sharma, and that session is presented by the Aga Khan Foundation. And in the Ford Sunbird, the session going in at 2:30 is Room on the Roof. That's Ruskin Bond in conversation with Himali Sodhi and Udayan Mitra. That's presented by the Hindustan Times. That? Ye Dil Mange More is the title of the session in the Google Mogul tent. I hope that was more decipherable. I do apologize for my bad Hindi. And I will take this opportunity to remind you to come to Hotel Clark's evening, hosting a series of concerts in the evening, not here, but at Hotel Clark's Amir. That's from 7:30 to 10. Please do come along for music and dance. Tickets are on sale, 400 rupees, and you can buy them at the venue. We'll be taking a short break and we'll be back at 2:30. Thank you.
Your breath at our festival merchandise stalls. Choose from a range of products especially crafted to take the magic of the festival back home with you. All products will also be available online at directcreate.com/JLF16. Remember, you first saw them at JLF16.
Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Bookmart is an international B2B event for the publishing industry. It runs parallel with the Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital.
Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. This is the definitive jazz festival featuring the best of talent from India and abroad.
For the young and the young at heart, the Ishara International Puppet Theatre Festival brings local and international performances to audiences across several Indian cities. While the Multi-City Kahani Festival features interactive storytelling sessions and workshops championing the power of imagination. Teamwork Arts, celebrating the arts. For more information, visit www.teamworkarts.com or follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
तो अजमल मियाँ और क्या चल रहा है?
सुना हाईवे पे टेम्पो पलटा,
गन्ने से लदा था,
बिरजू के लड्डू खा के 3 बीमार,
खोया बासी था।
अरे रैना भैया ने क्या काइट पकड़ा है?
रन आउट
15 पंजे
75।
अब इससे क्या पूछना और क्या चल रहा है। डेली हंट डाउनलोड कीजिए, आपकी भाषा में सारी खबरें और किताबें।
सुना हजामत के दौरान उस पर फैसला अभी हुआ नहीं है, पर
अजमल लाइक उमर कैद अभी हुई नहीं है, पर
डेली हंट और क्या चल रहा है। Airtel, the smartphone network.
The annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now.
The all-new Ford Endeavour. Designed for engineering extraordinary.
अभी जितनी आज़ादी मिल गई है, इतना ज़्यादा फास्ट जा रहा है इंडिया हमारा, ये कुछ पता नहीं सकता।
There is nothing in this world that you can't do. You just need to get yourself out of the bed and start doing it, man.
Asking me, is it going to rain? They don't know what's going on in the world. I'm the most educated guy in this village. I'm the only guy who can speak in English. So I have access to internet. They don't know the uses of it. They can't imagine that internet can be used for education purpose.
Let it fall upon you, rain.
If we give these two tools, English language and internet, I can bet on this. It's going to change everything.
Hello guys, as you can see, this is my house and no Wi-Fi at my house. This is my neighbor come friend. No Wi-Fi in his house, but yes, Wi-Fi is there at his neighbor's house. Yeah, so me and my friend come neighbor sit here and use my neighbor's house Wi-Fi. India is a country of brotherhood. We have one Wi-Fi router, but 5 families use that Wi-Fi router.
It's 4 o'clock in the evening. I'm currently standing outside my house on my field. What technology brings to here is truly amazing. It can change people's lives. I work as a web developer from my own house, from my own bedroom, and now I have 10 Mbps fiber optic Wi-Fi. About 5 years ago we didn't even have proper dial-up connection. It's amazing how a simple internet connection can change people's lives. I can now make amazing mobile apps from my own house.
There are so many things about India which are just amazing.
We have so much people here, and the diversity.
If you think that you are not capable of doing anything, you are wrong.
Communication, education, technology, transportation, population, politician. We are gonna make this nation. We are gonna develop this nation. I am a citizen of a very great and wise country, and I am proud of it.
The humanities makes us ask the big questions. What's it all about? What's the purpose of life?
What does it mean to lose someone? What is loss about?
Nature of the human being, guilt and innocence.
It's like the pulsating brain of the universe.
More than a place, it's a spirit of inquiry.
Major intellectual crossroads of the universe.
There's a sense of curiosity, excitement.
Issues that won't stay still in one
The
discipline.
Humanities Center is really the beating heart of this university.
Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now. Jazz, the past, the present, and the future together over 2 days of fantastic music. Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present Jazzotsav. Now in its 31st edition, it is the definitive festival for jazz in Delhi.
Julian and friends, bringing the glorious past of jazz alive with their tunes. And flavor of the current jazz season, Rudresh Mahantappa's Gamak. The young Joel Lyciridis and his trio, showing the future of jazz is in good hands. Karim Elabudi and Vasundara. Arthur Dudkiewicz trio, featuring the piano legend from Poland. Jazzotsav 2016 edition will be held on the 19th and the 20th of November, bringing jazz alive for the music-loving audiences. Amidst the color and vibrancy of the Jaipur Literature Festival, so stimulating, thought-provoking sessions. Take a pause, catch your breath at our festival merchandise stalls. Choose from a range of products especially crafted to take the magic of the festival back home with you. All products will also be available online at directcreate.com/JLF16. Remember, you first saw them at JLF16. Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Book Mart is an international B2B event for the publishing industry. It runs parallel with the Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The Sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital.
Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazzotsav. This is the definitive jazz festival featuring the best of talent from India and abroad.
For the young and the young at heart, the Ishara International Puppet Theatre Festival brings local and international performances to audiences across several Indian cities. while the Multi-City Kahani Festival features interactive storytelling sessions and workshops championing the power of imagination. Teamwork Arts, celebrating the arts. For more information, visit www.teamworkarts.com or follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
JLF at South Bank returns for its third edition from the 21st to the 22nd of May. Catch the conversations, debate and dialogue along the banks of the London Thames. And if you're across the pond, JLF at Boulder will be back for a second year from the 23rd to 25th September. For the latest information, visit www.jaipurliteraturefestival.org, follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, or download the Teamwork Arts app.
Thank you for your patience and welcome back to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. We are now ready to proceed with the next session, To the End of the Land. This is with David Grossman in conversation with Jonathan Shannon, and I will invite you to give a warm round of applause as the authors come up to the stage. This session is presented by the Rajasthan Patrika series. We'll do a very brief Q&A at the end of the session, and then David will be signing. So you can take your books over to the far left corner here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawns, and you can get your books signed there.
Is it working? Yes.
Works.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us out there? All right. Welcome to the front lawns. I may be a bit speechless in trying to introduce our guest, David Grossman. I don't want to spend too long on the introduction. David is the author of about 9 novels, is the author of 4 fantastic works of nonfiction. David is usually described, such as on the cover of this book, Falling Out of Time, as the greatest Israeli writer of his generation. I think I would say that's slightly unfair. I would say he's one of the greatest writers of his generation, period. And I'm sort of awestruck to be sitting here on stage with him. So a warm round of applause. Welcome to David Grossman.
Thank you very much.
So I thought we would start by talking about To the End of the Land, which is the book whose title has given us the name of this panel. David, this is a book that on the face of it has a very simple plot. It concerns a woman called Ora and her son Ofer. And when her son Ofer returns to the army after completing his service, he goes back in to participate in an operation. She decides that she cannot remain at home, that she will not be there waiting for the army notifiers to come and give her bad news. She says that I like this phrase, she's going to be a notification refusnik. And so she sets off on a journey. And I want you to fill in now what happens. Tell us what happens to Ora on her journey.
Shalom and good afternoon, and thank you for coming. Ora, she's a 50 years old Israeli woman. She is married but separated from her husband Ilan, and she has two sons, Adam and Ofer. As you said, Ofer is about to end his military service. You know, we serve 3 years in the army since we are 18, we Israeli men. Israeli women serve a little less, 1 year less. And Ora, who feels that during his military service, her son has been taken away from her. He had to serve in the occupied territories. He has stiffened. As if he grew a thicker skin to defend himself from the harsh reality of the occupation. And surprisingly enough, Ofer, the son, agrees to come with his mama, which is not a very typical and taken for granted thing. He comes with her to a walk in the north of Israel, in the Galilee. She, of course, Ora, has her secret hopes that during this walk she will be able to melt the stiff exteriority of Ofer and in a way to regain the son that went to the army, and in a way she feels that she has lost him. But on the very day when he was about to end his military service and they were about to start their week of walking in nature in the Galilee, in the north of Israel, started yet another military operation in the occupied territories, and Ofer told her, I don't want to join you, I'm going to join my comrades. For 3 long years I was trained in order to fight and to fight together with my comrades, and I'm not going to abandon them at this time. So he almost forces her to bring him into the gathering point of the army from where he will be sent to the war. And she goes home and she's crushed because she has a very poignant knowledge, intuition, that the notifiers of the army will come and knock on her door and will announce her that Ofer died. And then after some hours of crazing herself, it occurred to her that it takes two for bad news, one to deliver and one to receive. And what if she is not there to receive? Maybe the whole machinery of the notification would be reversed for what? A minute? An hour, a day at the most, until they will find her. Israel is a very, very small place. And she decides to run away from home, to run away from the notification, not to collaborate with the machinery of the army, of the war, of the state. And she decides to run to the end of the land, to the most remote place of the land in the northern border. But on her way, she almost kidnaps a man. His name is Avram, like Abraham of the Bible, our patriarch, Abraham, our father, founder, life. She's not married to him. And Avram, who was like an explosion of ideas and passion and inventiveness and sexuality and imagination when he was 16 and 17 and 18, but when he was 21, exactly at the age of Ofer, the son, right now, when Avram was 21 in the 73 war, the Yom Kippur war, he fell captive in the hands of the Egyptians, and he came back from captivity totally ruined in his mind, in his soul, in his body. He doesn't want to have anything with life. He cannot understand why life insists on him so much. And she decides to take him with her for a very specific reason that gradually, I'm not going to make a spoiler here, unfold in front of the reader. And they walk like two lunatics in the landscape of the Galilee. And as they walk, she starts to talk. And she starts to tell the life story of Ofer. This is the only thing she can do now. She cannot prevent the war. She cannot kidnap Ofer from his comrades. He doesn't want it, as I said. The only thing she can do in order to infuse some strength and kind of validity of existence to Ofer when he is out there against the harsh war is to, as if to recreate him by the stories of his life, the small minutiae details of life. She tells him how he was conceived and how she breastfed him. She remembers these long nights when she used to breastfeed him, and she suddenly remembers something that when she was a young mother, she did not put it in words. But now, after 21 years, she can. She remembers how she felt that she is being imprinted in the pupils of his eyes, and she knows that she will be moment of eternity, as beautiful as she is now in this moment when she breastfed him. And she tells him how he for the first time stood on his feet, and I think everyone here saw a baby standing for the first time, and when they stand they are so, suddenly they are in another dimension because the voices come to them from different points of view, and the sights, and all the feeling of the place that they occupy in the space is being altered. So she goes in all these hundreds of moments of devotion and of frustration and love, all the things from which we accumulate one human being in this world, while all the time she tells him this story, Avram feels also the other option life of this child. It is given to him and taken from him at the same time. And the whole book, it is not a book about war and peace. It's about, as I read it, it's about family and war. I think, I think that the story of the family is the greatest drama of mankind. And I always believe that the greatest moments of mankind, they happened not on battlefields, not on corridors of parliament, not in palaces, but rather in kitchens and in bedrooms and in rooms of children. And this, the softness and fragility of the family is the thing that Ora puts against the harsh radiation of the brutality of war. And they are having their journey, it's something like 500 kilometers of journey in the nature, and gradually they open up again to each other. Now, I don't know if Ora was able to protect her son. I don't know, and I tell you right now, I leave the ending open because I leave it to the decision of every reader. But one thing is sure, she was able to save Avram. And one of the readers, I think she was from Brazil, she wrote me, maybe Ora is not a musa of art, but she's definitely a muse of life. And that's what she did.
We talked, so the Hebrew title of this book, tell me again what it is. So in English, the book is called To the End of the Land.
Yes.
And in Hebrew, it's A Mother Escapes?
No, a woman flees tidings, or a woman escaping the news. Now, my publisher, Knopf, said, well, it's a very not understandable title, which I find strange. It's so understandable. But then when they came up with the name To the End of the Land, I liked it because there is a double meaning here. It is both to the geographical end of the land, but also it refers to something that is so embedded in the book, but in our life in Israel. the terrible, the God forbid, I say in my atheist way, option of the end of the land, which is a feeling that I think every Israeli senses. The terrible option that Israel might not exist. Now I know that for many of you who have not visited Israel, Israel seems to be like, like a feast of military, of strength, of vigor. But I think every Israeli feels much more the fragility of the palm of the hand, and this tragic sense that maybe we have a great past and history and a very agitated and strong presence, but our future is very dubious. We live in an area that has never really accepted Israel, and probably later we shall go a little deeper into the situation there. But the basic, the primal feeling of every Israeli is this existential fear, is this shadow that all the time casts some gloom and uncertainty on our very being, which, by the way, might explain part of the excessive power that we use against every threat that we face. And the book is about this doubleness of having very rich and full and energetic life as we do have in Israel. Israel is amazingly vital and vibrant country. And at the same time, there is this silent subcurrent of the other option.
Well, I wanted to ask you, I was going to say that, a lot of the reviews of this book, which almost all, celebrate it as a great masterpiece, often describe it as an anti-war book. And I was saying, I told you this yesterday, that it seemed to me that it's very much a book about the situation. This is the only Hebrew word that I remember, hamatzav. The situation being the Israeli word for, the conflict, everything that's happening. And a book about the ways that this conflict forces everyone to participate, right? That Ora cannot avoid it. Well, she's trying to run away from it, but she can't run away from it. But also at the same time, as you've said before, that sort of that life and love and spirit go on in spite of all of this.
Yeah, this is something that for decades I try to decode, to understand our existence in these very extreme conditions of life, on the edge of the abyss all the time, and yet being able to create a place that, in a way, if you look at it and if you just separate it for a second from the latest news that you heard on CNN or BBC or wherever, if you just go to the origins of the creation of the State of Israel 3 years after the Shoah, the Holocaust, 3 years after we have gone through a genocide that murdered 1/3 of our people, 3 years after that, Israel became to life, became a reality, a political reality, a state. And it remained a state against all odds. I can be very critical towards Israel and towards especially the government of Israel and the way we behave in the conflict between us and the Palestinians. But not for a minute I forget the fact that there was a kind of a secular miracle in the fact that we got this state from the United Nations, by United Nations resolution, by the agreement of 33 countries against 13. And we were able to create what we have created there in terms of culture, agriculture, the Hebrew language, who was a kind of a dormant beauty for 1800 years, and now it's a very vivid and used by everyone in Israel, creating industry and high-tech and a way of life which is not easy, a kind of a culture of our own life. And I keep remembering it because the alternative is, as I said, always present. And you mentioned hamatzav. Hamatzav is our password. It's a kind of a euphemism that describes an ongoing bleeding of almost 100 years. Hamatzav means the situation. Now, it's a very tricky word, like most of the words that are used to describe our conflict or any conflict. The language is the first thing to be forged by the army, by the government, by our fears, by our enemy, by whatever you want. There is an immediate manipulation of words that can be too sharp or too painful, or that they will betray us by telling us the truth. So immediately a whole system of words and terminology is being created to spare us from the harshness of the situation. But hamatzav is one of the best of these euphemisms, because hamatzav indicates to something that is stable. Stable is yatziv. Try to use, for example, for a minute your Hebrew application in your mind. Hamatzav yatziv. Do you hear the sounds are almost the same? And it means as if there is a stability, an ongoing stability. And as I said, it's not stability. It's bloodshed and occupation and terror and existential fear and all the goodies. All is embedded in this one word, hamatzav, which also, hamatzav means not something or a situation that someone has created or has caused because of what he did or what he did not, but it's fell from heaven, from the sky. It's kind of divine decree that orders us to kill and to be killed, and we just obediently collaborate with this distorted situation. So this is for hamatzav. What I tried to catch to the end of the land is what happens to people who have to live their life within this matzav, within this situation. What do they allow themselves to know? How they buffer themselves from knowledge? What kind of mental mechanisms people are using in order not to know, and in a way not to be in their life, but to live in a kind of either a wishful reality or a nightmarish reality, but not really in the harshness of their life. What fear does to people, how fear shrinks you, how the instinct to minimize the part of your soul that comes in contact with the terrible reality. How do you protect your soul from not being part of this reality, but what is the price you pay for not being price? Questions like, we want to raise up and to bring up our children on values of openness, pluralism, curiosity to the other, to every other. But at the same time, maybe by so doing, we are not preparing them really to the lake of acid of our conflict. Maybe we should have brought them up as warriors, not as, open and exposed people. Because if we do raise them up on values of humanism, openness, maybe we are not preparing them for the life that they will have to live in this reality.
You told me yesterday that when the book came out, it was seen, because of the circumstances, as a tally of these costs. That people took the book as representing what was being lost, what could be lost in this conflict.
Yes, I can answer in two different ways, but the first thing is I should just mention the fact that 3 years and 3 months after I started writing the book, there was the war in Lebanon, between Israel and Lebanon, and my son fell in this war. My son Uri, who was almost 21 years old and who was very involved in the writing process of this book, he fell. And I am sure that it had to do with the acuteness of my writing the last versions of the book. But this is my private story, and this is what I'm able to say about it, because it is a private matter. But I can say that every Israeli knows this anxiety. Every Israeli has someone in his family or among his closest friends who fell in war. So in a way there is a very strong presence to death. There is a feeling of the proximity of death in Israel in a way that sometimes is unbearable. I think it dictates a lot of our behavior. There is this story that I think I told you when we first met about, there was a program in Israeli television where a foreign correspondent interviewed a couple, an Israeli couple, before they got married, in the evening of their marriage. And he asked them, how many children do you want to have? And immediately they said 3. And he was a little taken aback by the immediacy and the decisiveness of the answer. And he said, why exactly 3? And the bride said in a very sweet, tender voice, so if one of them is killed, we shall still have 2 left. Now I remember I saw the interviewer getting pale under his makeup, and I thought, how terrible it is that this is the way of thinking, that instead of saying we want to have 3 or 4 because it's great to have children, because you are much more alive also through your children. No, she chose this answer, which I must say did not reveal anything new to me. It was in the air. It is something that maybe not every one of us had explicitly formulated it to himself or herself, but it sounded reasonable in the unreasonable and distorted reality of such a long conflict.
And you were in the middle of writing this book, and then you stopped, and then you returned to writing the book. And when you and I first met now, which is 8 years ago, you told me that you wouldn't want to use the word glad, but that it was a relief to you that this was the book that you were writing. Because when you returned to this book, this was a space where you could be with this memory and this pain.
Yeah.
But that for you, it was returning to writing, that writing was the act, writing was the place where you could be.
Yes, I must say it is almost the same with every book I write, that I hope that after some months or years of writing it, it starts to be a place. We say in Hebrew, makom. It's a place, it's like a home that I can go back to, and I want to go back to, and I understand, and it's relevant, and I can decode. But of course, after such things that happened in my life and changed them totally, one of the very few things that remained steady and had an air of home was the story that I was writing, To the End of the Land. And I came back, and in the beginning I was able to write an hour for a day, and then an hour and a quarter, and an hour and a half. Each day I added a little more, because inevitably the need to keep your characters alive, and there is a kind of responsibility of a writer, and the need to infuse to them life and light and love and anecdotes and sense of humor and worldview, all the things that we do when we create a character. And then gradually I started to feel that I still have these things inside me. So writing the book was a kind of an act against the gravity of pain, and gradually coming back to life.
There's a sort of theme in a lot of your books, and you've just talked here about how, when Ora is traveling with Avram, she is kind of bringing Ofer to life by telling the story of his life. And this is a theme, I won't bore everyone with all the details, but it's a theme that runs through a number of your books. The sort of, it's almost as if they're sort of parables for the power of storytelling. Characters tell stories to other characters. The Anshel Wasserman in Sea Under Love, who is supposed to be killed, continues to tell these stories, and they can't kill him because he's continuing to tell stories. Talk to me about what it is about the telling of stories, or as you said, the retelling of our stories. What is so powerful about that for you?
First, it's a way of being in contact with people, and a way of dialogue. And I'm quite a fan of a dialogue, both in the private sphere, but also, of course, in the political sphere of life. And I feel that whenever we retell our story, we have a chance. Not all the time we are using this chance, sometimes on the contrary, but we have a chance to hear ourselves a little differently. Now, each and every one of us, we have our, let's say, official or formal version of us, of our history, of our trauma, of the way we have been treated by our parents, by our friends when we are children. And we have this formality, this visit card that we use. And over the years we even polish the story because we know what will be more effective and influential on the one who listens to us. But actually, if we allow ourselves, and this is something that writing allows, to go back to this, let's say, primal trauma, primal experience that have shaped us in our life, and to retell it, maybe suddenly we feel that we don't want to be entrapped in this official story. Maybe we realize to what extent this official story has damaged us, has fossilized us, yes, in these dead formulations that are no longer carry the flame of the authentic experience. You know, for example, when I was writing the book of Intimate Grammar, the main character is 13 years old boy from Jerusalem. And I wrote it when I was, I think, 33. And then suddenly, beside my total identification of this little boy, I was able, when I retold the story that I knew from my childhood, I was able to see it also from the point of view of my parents and of the parents of the character in the book. So suddenly I realized that writing allows you a kind of movement. You are not stuck in one place, and if you are not stuck in one place, if you are not just a passive presence in your own life, if you are not only choosing the best version you want to be, but allow the real or some other versions of you to surface, well, suddenly you are not a victim even of some tragic, really tragic events in your life. You have the ability to move in front of them. You are not, again, you are not fossilized. You are not just a target for this arbitrariness that radiates to you from outside, but you are able to move. And if you move, you are not a victim. And believe me, as an Israeli and as a Jew, not to be a victim, it's a great thing.
I want to talk about...
Thank you.
I want to talk about Falling Out of Time now, without keeping us in this zone for too much longer, because this is a very unusual book. It's almost written as kind of a play, really, or it takes many forms as you're doing it, but this is a book about mourning loss, about mourning the loss of a child, but it's a book which brings all of these characters together to tell their own stories of loss. Almost like a kind of Greek chorus, or how did you come to this form as the way, or did it just appear to you?
The best ideas, I must break the usual order of, and probably this is what I was looking for something that would be the closest to silence, and yet tell a story. Do you want to read something from me?
We can do, yes, yeah.
Okay, so maybe you start.
Should I go first, or should you go first?
You go first for 2 minutes. Yeah, okay.
So the idea here is to give a flavor of the language of this book, both in English and in Hebrew. I thought you would go first, but I will go first.
You will go first, yeah.
So the book is written both kind of as a play in verse. Town chronicler, and there are different parts, so you'll hear me speak the parts. Town chronicler. As they sit eating dinner, the man's face suddenly turns. He thrusts his plate away. Knives and forks clang. He stands up and seems not to know where he is. The woman recoils in her chair. His gaze hovers around her without taking hold, and she, wounded already by disaster, senses immediately, it's here again, touching me, its cold fingers on my lips. But what happened? She whispers with her eyes. Bewildered, The man looks at her and speaks. I have to go. Where? To him. Where? To him. There. To the place where it happened? No, no. There. What do you mean, there? I don't know. You're scaring me. Just to see him once more. But what could you see now? What is left to see? I might be able to see him there. Maybe even talk to him. Talk? You want to do your part now?
Okay. I'll read in Hebrew. This is my language. Maybe I should just explain to those of you who are not totally informed about it. It's a language that counts back something like 3,000 or 4,000 years. It means that if Abraham the patriarch was to sit with us to the dinner table, he could have understood at least 50% of the language of my 21 years old daughter. I also can understand 50% of her language, so we are even. And it's a fascinating language because it was a dormant beauty for 1800 years. Jewish people did not use this language for everyday life, only for prayers and sacred ceremonies and sacred writings. So it means that almost 2,000 years merchants did not do their merchandise in Hebrew. There have not been soldiers who had a slang in Hebrew. Couples did not make love in Hebrew. Children did not speak in Hebrew. And then after these 1800 years, a crazy guy from Russia came, a Jewish came from Israel there was not the state of Israel back then, it was many years before, and he decided he will revitalize, he will kiss the sleeping beauty, and he will bring her back to life. His name was Eliezer ben Yehuda, and he started against the pressure of the Orthodox religious Jews who wanted to keep the language only for the sacred moments. He started to secularize the language, to choose words even from the Bible and to adapt them into modern Hebrew. But of course there were some words that are not in the Bible. We didn't have helicopter or giraffe or tomato in the Bible, so he had to invent. By the way, his version of the tomato to Hebrew is a flirtatious lady, agvania, because she blushes. And just one little anecdote that every Israeli knows, when he got married, he made an agreement with his wife-to-be in the marital agreement that if they have a child, they will speak only Hebrew with him. So she bore a child, his name was Itamar, and can you imagine, he was the only Hebrew-speaking child on earth. Just think of this solitude. And now, today, we all speak Hebrew and we curse in Hebrew, and it's a very vivid part of our life. So I will read just to allow you to have the melody of this language. רושם קורות העיר, בשעה שהם יושבים ואוכלים את ארוחת הערב, נהפכות פתאום פניו של האיש. בתנועה חדה הוא עודף את הצלחת שלפניו, סכינים ומזלגות מצטלצלים, הוא קם ועומד ונדמה שאינו יודע היכן הוא. מבטה מרחף סביב לה ואינו נאחז, והיא, פעם אחת כבר פגע באסון, חשה הנה זה שוב, כבר נוגע בי. אצבעותיו הקרות בשפתיים שלי, אבל מה קרה? היא לוחשת בעיניה, והאיש מביט בה בתימהון. אני צריך ללכת. לאן? אליו. לאן? אליו, לשם. למקום שזה קרה? לא, לשם. מה זה שם? לא יודע. אתה מפחיד אותי, רק עוד רגע לראות אותו. אבל מה תעשה עכשיו? מה נשאר לראות? אולי שם אפשר לראות? אולי אפילו לדבר איתו? לדבר. ועכשיו הם נפקחים שניהם, מתעוררים. הקול שלך, זה חזר גם שלך. כל כך התגעגעתי לקול שלך. חשבתי שכבר אף פעם לא, יותר מאשר לקול שלי, התגעגעתי לקול שלך.
Well, so let's... Do you want to keep reading, or should we talk about the Hebrew?
Talk about the
you told me a wonderful story about your translators. And, I was thinking that we come here and many of the writers who come from around the world to Jaipur, even those who are not from English-speaking countries, write in English and have become very well known as writers in English. And of course, many of the Indian fiction and non-fiction writers who have been celebrated abroad write in English and not in Hindi or Kannada or Tamil. Although, of course, there's lots of writing that gets done in these languages, but it tends to be less celebrated internationally. But you have always written in Hebrew, and I feel quite certain that you could not even contemplate the idea of writing in English.
No. How could I? I mean, in the Hebrew, I want to believe I know many of the nuances of this language. I know how a word in the most updated slang of the street, how it echoes the Bible. I feel the thickness of this language, and I think I know how to hold it. And I know the associations and the connotations and all the small passwords that every language has. I do not have it in any other language. I will not dare to write in English. And yet I want to say I really regard it as a privilege to write in Hebrew, even if my constituency in my original language is very limited, very small. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people can read this modern the Hebrew of Amos Oz or A.B. Yoshua or myself. And yet it is a great privilege to write in such an old but very young language and to create all these contacts between the ancient years and modernity, and to be able to play. It's a very playful language, the Hebrew. It's surrender. I will come to the translators, don't worry. I just build the suspense, you see, because then I will come with it. Okay, I'll go. I mean, Jonathan is impatient, so I'll go there.
No, I was going to ask you a question, which is, do you think that Hebrew is a more inventive language than English? Because English, in part, has now become a sort of global language, or a default global language, which, of course, there's inventiveness there, and you read someone like Arvind Adiga, or, writers from non-English-speaking countries have done inventive things with English. But I wonder if English has been stripped of these layers of complexity that you say, are in Hebrew and are there to play with for a writer.
Again, I cannot judge, I will not dare to judge the English. I know that Hebrew is very playful, very, very flexible, very able to adapt words from many other languages and to Hebrewify them. Of Israel is to play with the language, and the slang is extremely rich in Israel. Maybe it has to do, by the way, to the fact that the main manufacture of slang in Israel is the army. And because the army is so present and even dominant, also the language of the army is very, very present. But also it has to do with the fact that many of the Jews who poured into Israel came from 70 diasporas, as we say, 7 foreign countries for us. And most of them are unable to converse with each other with the official Hebrew or the biblical Hebrew, so they create a slang in order to correspond amongst themselves. But I told you about this project that I did in the last 2 books, The Falling Out of Time, and another book that will come up in English in 2016, and it's called A Horse Walks into a Bar. And it's, as it sounds, it's a book about a stand-up comedian in Israel. And in both cases, because I felt that the translation will be really challenging for my poor translators, I invited 15 of my translators to a home in a little town in Germany. Why in Germany, which is not a natural choice for me? Why in Germany? Because there is, in a place called Strahlen, on the Dutch border, a center for translators and translation. There is a home, and inside this home there are all the walls, also in the residence of the guests, are huge libraries, and there are 24,000 dictionaries from every language to every language, dictionaries of terminology of shipyards in England in the 18th century and of perfumes in France of the 19th century, everything you want. Dictionaries of curses. Yeah, by the way, I discovered something very interesting, that usually every language chooses for its most ugly, nasty curses the language of its hated enemy. Interesting. I mean, it gives away something. So we sat there, me and the translators, and we sat there for 5-6 days, and I read to them a paragraph or a poem from Falling Out of Time, and I paused. And then they started to whisper amongst themselves and to consult, and we made them sit all the sister languages, you know, like the German with the Dutch, and the Swedish with the Norwegian, and the Finnish, and the Slovakian with the Polish, and the Italian with the Spanish and the Catalan. And they started to find solutions to translation, which is not an easy thing, because I'm very much Hebrew in my writing. And then you would see all kind of interesting questions. For example, there is I write about a fetus, and they wanted to know exactly, the Slovakian, I think, in what phase of the pregnancy I refer to, because there are different names to fetus in different phases. In Hebrew there is only one. You are an embryo, an ubar, from the moment you are conceived until you are born. How boring it is. Or there was a moment when suddenly my German wonderful translator said, no, this poem is, this is kitsch, and it's sentimental. And immediately the Catalan and the Italian translator jumped on her and said, why sentimental? It is emotional. It is exactly the right tone of emotionality. So you could have seen there the translation, which is really a magical act, and not totally understandable. How is it possible that I use a sentence that echoes the Bible and someone translates it to Tamil or to Chinese or to Arabic, and it creates totally different waves of memory and connotation and association? How is it possible at all? But yet you could have seen how this act and art of translation is a mixture of both the psychology of the language and the culture, but also of the psychology of the individual, of the translator who sits and translates. And I will just say that my translators were so happy for this gathering, because translators are so lonely usually. They are the only ones who work on a certain book in their country. The others hardly know what this book will be, and they have nobody to consult or to ventilize their anguishes. So now we created a kind of a support group to the translators who are my victims.
I wanted to ask you what it is like for you. You know, you're so intimate with your language and so intimate with your characters, and in a way the books themselves are very much about intimacy and explorations of intimacy. To use this metaphor of the family, for you to sort of to give birth to this child in Hebrew, and then to read it or to hear someone else read it, as I just did in English. I almost wonder if it's like giving birth to a child and then having him raised by someone else and then seeing him come back to you.
Yeah, but this implies also to readers in Hebrew. I write something very personal, very intimate, and I give it to people that I don't know how they are going to like or dislike it, or sometimes it's more insulting to be loved for to be hated, to be loved for the wrong reasons than to be loved for the right reasons. Yes, and I just have to count on my translators. I know they work very hard. It is strange, I must admit. It's like when I listen to you reading in English, it's like seeing myself in a revolving door. I get closer and then remote. You know, it's this strange combination. But you know, we all grew up on translations. We all started to formulate our identity by characters and styles and literatures from far, far away countries. And yet there is something in the story, in literature, I think, which probably is the meeting between the most intimate and the most exotic, in the sense that exotic, it's a little far away and yet we still can decode it. And I think this combination makes literature possible, or a good vehicle for us to understand other people's life and to identify with them and to suddenly be in the world in a more complex way.
So after you finished writing this most recent book, which is not yet out in English, or presumably has it been translated into Tamil yet? No.
I think that next week it comes out in Tamil.
There we are, all right. But after you finished writing A Horse Walks Into a Bar, you told me that you took a break from writing. Maybe for the first time in your life, I imagine. I was remembering that when we first met, you told me that I asked you what it was like when you first began to write, and you said, I always compare it to when you discover sex for the first time. That there are all of these feelings you didn't know existed, but now you're addicted to them. So what was it like for you
to stop writing,
to take a year and to live like normal people, to live like everyone else?
I'll not say it was like quitting sex for a year. But I really felt I need to be in contact with life without the mediation of writing. Writing, no matter how extreme I can be in my writing, but still it allows me to create a world that is mine and it's understandable. And I felt I need to be more exposed. But also, you know, after so many years of writing, I just enjoyed just to be, not having to formulate what I feel or to use things that happen to me in writing. And there was this luxurious feeling of being more and more with my family. We have now 2 granddaughters, and with my old parents, and not to be grumpy of the fact that each time I'm deprived of my writing, because writing has for me an obsessive quality. I really love it. I really love to be in the state of mind of writing, because, you know, when I'm not writing, life can be very comfortable, but things just come one next to the other. And when I write, everything is interwoven and has a kind of inner implication and enriches me, and all the time tells me new things about myself and matures me. While when I'm not writing, I feel as if I have retired and I live quite good life, but actually it's a little boring for me. And now I feel, because now I started writing, and I feel these really great days of the beginning, because I don't know what I am going to write about. I just know that now I am nesting. Yes, that now it starts, something starts, and there is 1 or 2 good ideas that I will try to see which one of them will be more dominant and appealing for me, because not always I understand why a certain idea sticks to me. I do not really understand at the first take why should I write this story. I mean, there are other writers. Go there, yeah. Go to Amos Oz. Leave me alone, yeah. And then slowly, gradually, I understand why I had to write this story. Why my life would have been different had I not written this story. That this story really tells the most innermost thing to me. And now I'm in this phase, and really, it's great. You know, I feel as if I have fever, but I'm as double as healthy as possible.
Do you think this is the only way to be a writer? I mean,
No.
you go around the world, you meet other writers. Do you meet people who are, do it part-time? For you, I feel, you've talked before about how you walk when you write. And it almost, this metaphor in my mind is that it's almost like breathing for you, right? That sort of walking, writing, breathing, eating, these things all are of a piece.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not the only way to write. I mean, and also in my writing career, there are also periods that it's really hard, that I feel I knock my head against the wall, as we say, and I do not understand something. And I remember when I was writing Ora, the main protagonist of To the End of the Land, it was so difficult for years, for 2 or 3 years. It was really harsh, because I felt she does not surrender to me, so to say. And then I did something. I wrote a letter to her. I just sat and wrote a letter to her, like you write to another human being. And immediately when I started to write it, not only that she became concrete and tangible and full of validity to me, like of a human being, but also it became clear that I have to surrender to her. It's not the other way around. And you see, usually we keep yourself quite entrenched against the surrendering to other people. Usually we develop all kinds of instinct not to be totally exposed to the radiation of other people, sometimes because it threatens us, or it's too much for us to take, or we don't want it. And we are protected even from the people who are the closest to us. And I think for me, writing is just going in the other direction, just allowing myself to open up to see what happens to me when I allow myself to be a woman, when I allow myself to be a Palestinian, an old Palestinian who is a storyteller, when I am a child of 4 years old, when I wrote about a dog and I felt I became a dog, when I wrote about the commander of extermination camp during the time of the Holocaust, and I became him. It was important for me to expose myself to the process that a normal person has to undergo in order to become a mass murderer. All these things, all these really temptation, it is a temptation because I think we consist of so many other options, but usually we congeal after a while. And we congeal because it's more functional, because it's more comfortable, because how much can we revitalize or recreate ourselves? But writing allows you every 3, 4, 5 years suddenly to totally becoming another human being and to see the way other human beings are reading life and reading the text of life. And it's a great gift, I must say.
Is this what writers have to contribute to politics? We've avoided talking about politics all this time. I'm very proud of us. But I was going to ask you because, of course, as everyone here in the audience knows, there's been a lot of agitation locally of writers protesting, people returning their government awards. And I don't want to ask you if it's the writer's duty to do these things, because I think everyone has a different answer to that. But do you think that what the writer brings to this public conversation is this sense of openness, of everything you were just describing, that is what makes writing powerful?
Yeah. First of all, you are right. It's not the duty of a writer, period. The duty of a writer is to write a good story. And there are wonderful writers who protect themselves from the political situation also in Israel, and it does not make them a lesser good writers. There are some writers, I think that by nature, the thing that makes them writers make them also more exposed to the situation and more vulnerable even to the situation and more driven inwardly to change this situation. I have no aspiration in politics. I will be a total failure in politics, but I think that I have a sensitivity to the moment when the government, as I said, start to manipulate the language or try to forge a language that would be imposed on people and will buffer between them and their own reality. But I think a writer has the greatest adventure that a writer has, and this is the only advantage. This is the only advantage on people in other occupations like journalists or researchers, historians, taxi driver, carpenters, is the instinct of the writer to see every given situation from several points of view, not to congeal in your own point of view, because this is not being in touch with reality. It's being in touch with you, with your needs, with your fears. It's not reality. And the need, or the need and the instinct to come to the reality of the conflict and to allow myself to see it also from the point of view of my enemies. People who do not like me, and most likely they probably, if you ask them, they wouldn't like us to be there. And yet, because my ultimate goal is not to educate the Palestinians, but to allow life of peace and to allow a kind of future for both Palestinians and Israelis. This is the major thing, not to love each other. It's not a Hollywoodian movie that in the end we and the Palestinian will walk hand in hand to the sunset. No, I'm talking about a realistic and a very practical need to have peace between us and them. And this ability, I think, is what makes a person a writer. This ability to change the point of view, to see how they read the text of the conflict, where they are being misleading themselves by their own hallucination and anxieties, where they are making themselves fail, and where are there just important points that we have to listen to them and to collaborate with it in order to achieve normalcy. Because I'll tell you, I want to have peace because, and I'm struggling for it for more than 3 decades now. It will be good for the Palestinians because it will allow these miserable people, these talented, ambitious people who are subjugated under the pressure of so many foreign regimes, from the Turks and the British and the Egyptians and us. Our occupation is the least cruel than all the four. And I want to see how they will be able to have their life without our shadow. I don't want to cast shadow on their life. I want them to have normal, sovereign life and to raise their children in dignity and to really explore everything that is in their potential. And I want to live, next to each other as neighbors for many years and to see what we can make together, because there are so many similarities between us and them that we do not allow ourselves to recognize. But I also think that having peace will allow us, the Israelis, for the first time in almost 2,000 years, really, and it's not only a phrase, to live life that are rooted in our home. I think one of the deepest definitions of a Jew throughout history was of someone who never really felt at home in the world. Even in the most hospitable, friendly places, we were not at home. Israel is meant to be our home, a home in the sense that one feels both confidence and comfortability and belonging in a non-dubious and non-argumentable way, and that all the neighbors and the whole world agrees on the borders, on the walls of this home, and we can start to have normal relationship with our neighbors and start to have life that will not, that young couples will not quote this terrible phrase, so we want to have 3 kids, so if one of them is killed, and you can end it by yourself. Only having normalcy, dialogue, peace with the Palestinians will allow both Israelis and Palestinians to start, after years, to have normal life, which will allow them to explore all their potentials, to live life, not only to survive from one catastrophe to another, to live full life.
And there we have to end it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to David Grossman.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we're out of time and won't be able to do a Q&A, but David Grossman will be signing books, so please do go over to the Full Circle bookshop, pick up a copy of his books, and make your way over to the book signing area at the back of the lawn here. Let's thank once again David Grossman and Jonathan Jamin. This session was part of the Rajasthan Patrika series.
Atul, are you going to accompany him? Yeah.
हिंदी सिर्फ एक भाषा नहीं, हमारा संस्कार, हमारा इतिहास है। हिंदी एक सोच है, जीवन जीने का तरीका है। अपनी भाषा को इज्जत देना, अपने वजूद को सम्मान देने जैसा है। हिंदुस्तान की सैकड़ों भाषाएं हिंदी में शामिल हैं, इसलिए हमेशा से सबकी पसंदीदा है। देश के सबसे बड़े हिंदी अखबारों में एक है पत्रिका। उत्तर भारत से लेकर पूर्व पश्चिम दक्षिण तक सबके दिलों में बसा। आज राजस्थान पत्रिका केवल अखबार नहीं, रेडियो, टीवी, मोबाइल, इंटरनेट और अन्य साधनों से लोगों की बात उठाता है। लोगों को जीतना है तो उनके दिल जीत कर देखिए। हिंदी पढ़िए और हिंदी बोलिए। राजस्थान पत्रिका, देश का प्रमुख समाचार पत्र समूह।
The next session here at the Rajniganda Silver Pearls front lawns is Mirabai Jivan Ki Kavita. That session will be with Madhav Hada and Alpana Mishra in conversations Pallav with musical renditions by Suman Yadav. That session will be going on in 15 minutes, and I'll quickly run you through the other sessions in case somebody's in the wrong place. In Charbagh, the session going in next is long form. That's with guests Alex Shumatov, Raghu Karnad, Atul Gawande and Marie Brenner, moderated by Jonathan Shannon. In the Google Mogul tent, the next session is the Honor Code. That's Kwame Anthony Appiah in conversation with Homi K. Bahaba. In the Baitak, it's Black Rainbow, How Poetry Healed My Depression. That session is with Rachel Kelly, introduced by Sudhir Kakar. In the Mahindra Humanities Centre, Durbar Hall, the next session is The Mystique of the Unfinished. Guests are Vidya Dehegia in conversation with Nanan P. Ahuja and Crispin Brownfoot. And in the Ford Sambab, the next session is The World According to Sid, with Sidin Vadukut in conversation with Shrabani Basu. Here we're going into the Mirabai Jivan Ki Kavita session, which I believe will be entirely in Hindi. And I'll take this opportunity to remind you to tweet. If you tweet, please do use the hashtag ZJLF, ZEEJLF. There are prizes going to those who give the best and most frequent tweets. Those prizes will be awarded later in the day. Also, I'd like to remind you to come to the Hotel Clark's Amir later for a concert which starts at 7:30. This is part of the series that runs through the Z Jaipur Literature Festival. The music concerts in the evening where everybody lets their hair down a little bit. William Dalrymple is very often seen at the front of the dance floor. It's very good fun. Please do come. Tickets are 400 rupees on the door tonight at Hotel Clark's Amir, and you can buy the tickets on the door there from 7:30 to 10.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. The genesis of State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur, popularly known as SBBJ, dates back to 1943-44 with the setting up of the Bank of Jaipur Limited and the Bank of Bikaner Limited under the patronage of the erstwhile Jaipur and Bikaner states, and went on to blossom into its present avatar as SBBJ in 1963. 52 years of bank's journey has established indelible imprint on the psyche of the local people as our bank, to such an extent that the word bank in itself is synonymous with SBBJ across the state. State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur, the Premier Bank of Rajasthan with pan-India presence. Thank you.
Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Book Mart is an international B2B event for the publishing industry. It runs parallel with the Zee Jaipur Literature Festival. Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital.
Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. This is the definitive jazz festival featuring the best of talent from India and abroad.
For the young and the young at heart, the Ishara International Puppet Theatre Festival brings local and international performances to audiences across several Indian cities. While the Multi-City Kahani Festival features interactive storytelling sessions and workshops championing the power of imagination. Teamwork Arts, celebrating the arts. For more information, visit www.teamworkarts.com or follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
अरे 9 नंबर तो ये रहा। ठीक है, ये 8 नंबर क्यों नहीं आ रहा कीबोर्ड? म्यूट किया, प्ले करो। लगाओ उसमें, टाइम लगाते हैं तेरा सा काम करने के लिए यार। लगा, बजा 8 नंबर। ठीक है, लगा, जल्दी लगा। लगाया, प्ले करने को बोल दिया। ठीक है, गिटार 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 गिटार, तबला, चलो ठीक है।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rajniganda Silver Pearls front lawn. The session going in now is Mirabai, Jivan Ki Kavita. This session will be conducted entirely in Hindi, and as you can see, there will be a musical treat in store in the form of a performance by Suman Yadav. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Madhav Hada, Alpana Mishra, in conversation with Pallav, and with musical renditions by Suman Yadav. This session is presented by the State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur. There will be a brief Q&A at the end of this session, and also there will be author signings.
हेलो,
नमस्कार। मीराबाई, मीराबाई का नाम लेते ही नमस्कार। हेलो, मीराबाई 15वीं-16वीं शताब्दी का समय। मीराबाई 15वीं-16वीं शताब्दी का समय। आपको ठीक 400-500 साल पहले लिए चलता हूं। हिंदुस्तान की सबसे बड़ी राजसत्ता मेवाड़, मेवाड़ के शासक, मेवाड़ के राणा सांगा उस समय न केवल उत्तर भारत के बल्कि पूरे भारत के सबसे प्रतापी राजाओं में से एक थे। अनेक युद्ध लड़े, अनेक युद्ध जीते, अपने शरीर पर अनेक घाव लिए हुए और एक बड़ी समृद्ध भरी पूरी पारिवारिक और शानदार अतीत के साथ। उनकी पुत्रवधू मीराबाई, उनके बेटे थे भोजराज, जिनका विवाह मेड़ता की मीराबाई से हुआ। और मीराबाई जब विवाह करके चित्तौड़ आई, बहू बनकर आई महाराणा सांगा की, दुर्योग से, दुर्भाग्य से विवाह के कुछ ही समय बाद विधवा हो गई। संभवतः दबाव रहा होगा कि वे सती हों, लेकिन नहीं हुई। उन्होंने अपना रास्ता खुद चुना, कविताएं लिखी, गीत लिखे और उन्होंने कृष्ण भक्ति का अपना एक ऐसा मार्ग चुना जो उनके समय के लोगों को बहुत ठीक तक समझ में नहीं आया, राज सत्ता को समझ में नहीं आया, लेकिन उस समय के लोक ने न केवल मीरा को समझा बल्कि मीरा को जीवित रखा। यही वजह है कि 500 साल बाद भी मीरा आज लोक में बड़े प्रेम के साथ गाई जाती है, बड़े प्रेम के साथ लोक में मीरा जीवित है। आज हम इस चर्चा में, मीराबाई पर चर्चा के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। प्रसंग है प्रोफेसर माधव हाड़ा की पुस्तक पचरंग चोला पहन सखीरी। पिछले साल यह किताब वाणी प्रकाशन से छपकर आई थी और साल भर से यह किताब चर्चा में है। मैं अपनी बात शुरू करने से पहले आग्रह करूंगा सुमन जी से कि वे मीरा का एक पद सुनाए। उससे पहले एक दो बातें कहूंगा ताकि बातचीत भी आगे बढ़े और हम लोग संगीत से अपनी यात्रा, इस संवाद की यात्रा को शुरू करें। एक छोटा सा अंश मैं उस किताब के संबंध में अभी प्रकाशित हुआ है, हिंदी की एक प्रसिद्ध पत्रिका तद्भव में एक समीक्षा प्रकाशित हुई है, जिसका एक छोटा सा अंश मैं आपके सामने रख रहा हूं और फिर मैं सुमन जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि वे कविताओं से मीरा के पद के गायन के साथ इस सत्र को शुरू करें। रंजना अरगड़े ने यह समीक्षा लिखी है और वो लिखती है कि मीरा के कैनोनाइजेशन की बात उठाना मीरा के जीवन को समझने के लिए एक नया दृष्टिकोण बनाता है। कर्नल टॉड इस के संदर्भ इस अर्थ में महत्वपूर्ण है कि किसी मध्यकालीन कवि को देखने के लिए इस तरह की छानबीन करके नई भूमि तैयार की जा सकती है। एक ऐसी कवियत्री जो 500 साल पहले अपनी कविताएं लिख के गई हैं और उनके जीवन और उनकी कविता की तलाश आज तक जारी है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो एक ऐसी कवियत्री है जो 500 साल पहले राज सत्ता के घनघोर युग में ये कहने का साहस रखती है, बरजी मैं काहू की ना रहूं, और जो ये कह सकती है कि मैं तो चलूंगी चाल अपूठी। तो मैं सुमन जी आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि बरजी मैं काहू की ना रहूं से इस सत्र का शुभारंभ करें।
मैं पद सुनाऊंगी। यहाँ माधव हाड़ा जी हैं, अल्पना जी हैं, आप जैसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने मीरा पे बहुत काम किया है। मैंने मीरा को स्वरों के माध्यम से जाना है, मेरी अनुभूति स्वरों की है और उसे अभिव्यक्त भी मैंने स्वरों के माध्यम से ही किया है। बहुत संक्षेप में जो कुछ मैं समझी हूँ वो बहुत संक्षेप में मैं कहना चाहूँगी पद गाने से पहले। बहुत समय से मैं मीरा को गाती आई हूँ। आकाशवाणी की आर्काइवल रिकॉर्डिंग्स की बहुत सारी सीडीज मैंने रिकॉर्ड करी हैं। मेवाड़ी मीरा सोनी BMG ने मेरी रिलीज करी है, उसमें भी मीरा के भजन रहे हैं। मीरा के भजनों की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है जनजीवन में उसकी सर्वव्यापकता और सर्वग्राह्यता। इतने बड़े भूभाग में मीरा को गाया बजाया जाता है, चाहे वो उत्तर भारत का शास्त्रीय गायन हो, भरे दक्षिण भारत के गायक हों। यहाँ हम देखते हैं किशोरी अमोनकर भी क्लासिकल म्यूजिक की सिंगर हैं मगर मीरा गाती हैं। भारत रत्न MS सुब्बलक्ष्मी वो भी मीरा को गाती हैं। कुमार गंधर्व ने मीरा को गाया है, पियाजी म्हारे नैना आगे रह जो जी, जो उन्होंने मालवा के फोक पे बेस करके गाया है। उसके अलावा राजस्थान के जो लंगे मांगणियार्स हैं वो खूब मीरा को गाते हैं। और ऐसे में एक जो चीज़ उभर के आती है वो है एडेप्टेशन। जब इतने सारे लोग अपनी अपनी तरह से अपनी भाषा बोली के हिसाब से उस पद को अपना बना करके गाते हैं तो
अलग अलग तरीके की चीज़ें हमको सामने आती है, सब्सटेंस वही रहता है, मगर किस तरह से वो बदलता है वो एक मैं दोहे से आपको बताना चाहूँगी। राणा ये ऐसे बर को क्या करूं जो जन्मे मर जाए, बर बरिए एक सांवरो री मेरो अमर चूड़ो हो जाए। अब जो पश्चिमी राजस्थान के लंगे और मांगणियार हैं वो इसी को गाते हैं। राणा जीरा काई परिणीजे जलम जलम मरी जाए, जब परिणीजे मारो सांवरिया मारो अमर चूड़ो हो जाए। बात वही है, मगर लोगों ने इसको बहुत दिल से अपनाया है, क्योंकि मीरा की ताकत है प्रेम, मुखर प्रेम, रूढ़िवादियों और सारे इनहिबिशन से बाहर निकल के प्रेम और उसकी अभिव्यक्ति, और उसके लिए सारे बंधन तोड़ देने का हौसला जो कि हमको उनके सारे पदों में दिखाई देता है। तत्कालीन सामंतवादी समाज में धारा के विरुद्ध अपने अभीष्ट की ओर अनवरत चलते जाना और एक स्त्री की आंतरिक ताकत को दिखाता है। जैसे राणा जी ने गोविंद का गुण गास्या, चरणामृत को नेम हमारे नित उठ दर्शन जास्या, हरि मंदिर में निरत करास्या, घूघर या घमकास्या, राम नाम का झांझ चलास्या, भवसागर तर जा। इसी तरह के भाव के मैं दो पद प्रस्तुत करूंगी। पहला, जैसा आपने बताया, बरजी मैं कहूं कि नहीं रहूंगी।
Bari
धन्यवाद सुमन जी। ये कवि की अमरता है कि उसको न केवल लोक गा रहा है बल्कि उसको संगीत के साथ सुमन जी गा रही हैं। उसको जैसा कि अभी उन्होंने बताया ही था, एम.एस. सुब्बुलक्ष्मी जैसे बड़े दिग्गज हमारी दुनिया के सबसे बड़े दिग्गज गायकों में से एक जिनको गा रहे हैं और जिनकी कविता की सबसे बड़ी विलक्षणता का, उनकी कविता की सबसे बड़ी व्यापकता का प्रमाण यह है कि उनकी कविता का कोई एक पाठ नहीं है। यहाँ कुछ पाठ है, गुजरात में कुछ पाठ है, यहाँ तक कि ढूंढने के लिए जाएं और कुछ लोगों ने ढूंढा भी है, किताबें भी लिखी है, तैयार भी की है ऐसी किताबें। एक पद के 4-4, 5-5, 6-6 रूप और गुजरात से लगाकर उड़ीसा तक, गुजरात से लगाकर बंगाल तक, ये एक कवि की व्यापकता, लोकप्रियता और स्वीकार्यता का बड़ा उदाहरण है। अल्पना जी हमारे साथ हैं, डॉक्टर अल्पना मिश्र। डॉक्टर अल्पना मिश्र दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ाती हैं और हम सब जानते हैं कि अपनी कहानियों के लिए, अपने उपन्यास के लिए वे जानी जाती हैं। अल्पना जी का जो कहानी लेखन में, उपन्यास लेखन में खास मुकाम है वो यह है कि स्त्री के जीवन को नए जमाने में, नई भाषा के साथ, नए मुहावरे में जिस तरह से इन्होंने देखा है वैसा कम लोगों के यहाँ हो पाता है। तो अल्पना जी, मैं आपसे बातचीत शुरू करना चाहूँगा, आपकी बात से इस बातचीत को शुरू करना चाहूँगा। खास तौर पर मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि स्त्री पक्ष का जो संदर्भ बनता है और मीरा की कविताएं हैं, उनको, इन दोनों को आप किस तरह से जोड़ती हैं और मीरा की कविता को कहाँ पाती हैं? अल्पना जी।
एक बात आपने बहुत अच्छी कही कि मीरा की कविता की स्वीकार्यता बहुत बड़ी है और जन जन के बीच उसकी पैठ है। तो ऐसा उन्हीं कवियों के साथ होता है जो जनता के साथ जुड़े होते हैं, न कि किसी विशिष्ट वर्ग के साथ। तो मीरा की एक बहुत बड़ी विशिष्टता तो यही थी कि वो इन सारी चीज़ों से निकलकर जनता के बीच घुल मिल गई थी, जन कवि के रूप में लोकप्रिय हुई थी। जो बात मीरा में मुझे बहुत आकर्षित करती है वह है कि एक बहुत पुराना मुखर स्त्री स्वर मीरा में ही दिखाई पड़ता है, जहाँ से हम केवल एक तरह का, यानी केवल स्त्री होने के कारण किया गया संघर्ष ही नहीं देखते हैं, बल्कि कई स्तर पर मीरा का संघर्ष चल रहा होता है, जो मध्यकाल के जो हमारे संत भक्त कवि थे उनके संघर्ष से बहुत अलग तरह का संघर्ष है। मतलब संतों के सामने कोई चुनौती पितृसत्ता की नहीं है, उनके सामने ये दिक्कत नहीं है और वे स्त्री की छवि को जब परमात्मा और आत्मा के रूप में अपनी बात भी करते हैं कि भक्त आत्मा का प्रतीक है, तब भी वे स्त्री की जो छवि लेते हैं वह पितृसत्ता के द्वारा दी गई छवि है। वैसी ही पतिव्रता, वैसी ही एकनिष्ठ, वैसी ही सारी चीजें, रूपक पूरा वही है। इसलिए उनके विरह में वो तीव्रता, वह आत्मीयता, वह गहराई भी नहीं आती जो मीरा के यहाँ आती है, क्योंकि मीरा का तो वह स्वानुभूत सत्य है। मीरा की वह सारी समस्याएं उनके अनुभव संसार का हिस्सा हैं। और अगर हम देखें तो मीरा राज सत्ता के साथ भी टकरा रही हैं, क्योंकि वे सामंती व्यवस्था का हिस्सा रही हैं, वहां से निकल कर आ रही हैं। तो सामंती व्यवस्था के बीच स्त्री की क्या स्थिति थी और वहां किस तरह की समस्याओं से उसे जूझना था, अपना थोड़ा सा स्पेस लेने के लिए किस तरह की समस्याएं थी। अभी जो मीरा का गीत आपने सुना, तो राणा के साथ सीधी टकराहट, सीधी चुनौती को स्वीकार करना और सीधा ये कह देना कि राणा जी अब न रहूंगी तोरी हट की, तो अब नहीं मान सकती, अब वो सीमाएं टूट गई हैं। तो यहाँ तक उस समय मध्यकाल में जब स्त्री जीवन के सामने बहुत विकट समस्याएं हैं, हम सब जानते हैं विधवा जीवन का भयानक दारुण अभिशाप है, बहु विवाह की प्रथा है, कन्या भ्रूण हत्या है, बहुत सती प्रथा है, जो स्त्री के जीवन के लिए इतनी बड़ी भयानक स्थिति थी। तो इतनी सारी समस्याओं के बीच सामंती व्यवस्था के अपने नियम थे स्त्री को लेकर के, उससे टकराना, उससे जूझना और फिर पुरोहित सत्ता से टकरा जाना। पुरोहित रामदास ने तो बहुत ही गुस्से में लिखा मीरा के लिए, संत समाज की भी बातें नहीं मानना, सत्संगत करेंगे लेकिन हमारी अपनी शर्तें होंगी, हम अपनी शर्तों पे बात करेंगे, न कि हम पितृसत्ता के नियमावली के भीतर जाकर बात करेंगे। आप देखिए कि जिस उच्च स्तर की नैतिकता की बात की जा रही थी पितृसत्ता की तरफ से, सामंती समाज की तरफ से, ठीक वही उच्च स्तर की नैतिकता संत समाज की तरफ से भी थी। और आप ये देखिए कि मीरा को केवल सामंती समाज की तरफ से यौन शुचिता की चुनौती नहीं थी, बल्कि संत समाज की तरफ से भी थी। आप देखिए तो नाभादास के भक्तमाल में पूरा उल्लेख ही है, विषय एक कुटिल साधु भेष करी, वो क्या कहता है, अंग संग कीजिए। अरे ये क्या बात हुई? कोई स्त्री अगर बाहर आई है, अगर बौद्धिकों के बीच वह बातचीत करना चाहती है, वह अगर ज्ञान का संधान करने के लिए निकल आई है, जानना चाहती है दुनिया को, तो क्या यही बचता है? तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें थी जो मुझे बहुत आकर्षित कर रही थी कि ये तो एक बहुत अलग विराट व्यक्तित्व है, और उतना ही विद्रोही। और विद्रोही इसलिए कि जो भी यातना की भयानक स्थितियों से जो भी समुदाय गुजर कर आएगा, उसमें विद्रोह की यह चेतना, ये चिंगारी होना तो बहुत जरूरी है। तो ये चिंगारी वहां है। मीरा प्रेम को चुन रही हैं। प्रेम वैसे ही व्यवस्था के विरुद्ध है। किसी सामंती समाज में प्रेम को स्पेस नहीं है, और मीरा प्रेम का पक्ष ले रही। वह भी कैसा प्रेम है? अपना मनपसंद प्रिय चाहिए, मेरो तो गिरधर गोपाल, दूसरों न कोई। इसमें मुख्य बात दूसरों न कोई है। हमें आपकी वाली दुनिया नहीं चाहिए, बल्कि अपना एक मनोवांछित संसार चाहिए, अपना एक पसंद का प्रिय चाहिए, वैसा पुरुष चाहिए जैसे कहीं कुछ कृष्ण हो सकते हैं। इसीलिए कृष्ण जो है वह कभी मरते नहीं, लेकिन सारी जो अटखेलियां हैं, लीलाएं हैं, उनके साथ रूठना मनाना से लेकर के उस प्रिय तक पहुंचने के सारे प्रयत्न हैं, वे सारे बहुत ही भौतिक आधार के साथ व्यक्त हुए हैं, जो कि किसी भी भक्त कवि के पास नहीं है। भक्त कवि की स्त्री हाड़ मांस की स्त्री नहीं है, लेकिन मीरा की स्त्री हाड़ मांस की स्त्री है। तो ये जो सारी चीजें थी, ये मुझे बहुत आकर्षित कर रही थी कि मैं मीरा पर बात कहूं और ये बताऊं कि ये जो भक्ति है, इसके बिना मीरा उस समाज में, उस समय में अपनी बात नहीं कह सकती थी। उनको एक मुहावरेदार भाषा शैली और साथ ही एक ओट चाहिए थी, वह चाहे आध्यात्मिकता की हो, उसके बहाने ऐसी बड़ी बड़ी बातें, इतनी भयानक बातें, वैधव्य के सारे प्रतीक चिन्हों का निषेध कर जाना। आप सोचिए उस जमाने में कितनी बड़ी बात रही होगी कि मीरा कहती है पचरंग चोला पहन सकीरी क्या खेलन जासी, तो झिरमिट खेलन जासी। तो पचरंग चोला जो पहनना है रंगों के प्रति, क्या स्त्री विधवा हो जाने के बाद सारे रंग राग मोह से मुक्त हो जाती है? एक युवा स्त्री पूरा जीवन जगमगाता हुआ मीरा के पास है, कहीं कोई अपराध बोध नहीं, कहीं कोई कुंठा नहीं। ये सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं कि मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी आज के समय की किसी भी स्त्री को अपने इतिहास, अपनी जड़ें वो कहाँ से तलाशे, उसकी तरफ ले जाने के लिए बहुत बहुत प्रेरित करेंगी। मैं शायद ज्यादा समय ले रही हूँ, ठीक है।
जी ठीक कहा आपने। ये मीरा ही थी जो कह सकती थी राणा जी थे मने इसड़ा लागो जो वृक्षन में कैर। इतनी हिम्मत मीरा में ही थी, मीरा ही ये बात कह सकती थी, क्योंकि मीरा ने ही अलग रास्ता चुना था, एक ऐसा रास्ता चुना था जो रास्ता सबके बस का नहीं है, जो रास्ता सबके लिए संभव नहीं है, और जिस रास्ते पर चलने की हिम्मत बहुत कम लोगों में होती है। लेकिन जिस अभी अल्पना जी ने जिस तरफ इशारा किया, पचरंग चोला पहन सकीरी, रंग भी हैं, बावजूद वैधव्य के, बावजूद अवसाद के, बावजूद दुख के, मीरा जीवन से निराश नहीं है, जीवन में रंगों की तलाश जारी रखती है। तो हाड़ा साहब की किताब पिछले दिनों जो आई थी, पचरंग चोला पहन सकीरी, हाड़ा साहब मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि एक तो सबसे अच्छा तो यही हो कि भीष्म पितामह से ही पूछ लिया जाए कि भीष्म पितामह बताइए आपका संधान कैसे होगा। उसी तर्ज पर मैं आपसे पूछता हूं कि इस किताब को हम क्यों पढ़ें, इस किताब में खास क्या है?
ये किताब मीरा के जीवन और समाज की पुनर्रचना है, और खास बात यह है कि ये मीरा की कविता पर एकाग्र पुस्तक नहीं है। मुझे मीरा पढ़ते हुए बराबर लगा कि यदि मीरा की कविता को आधार बनाकर आप कोई निष्कर्ष निकालते हैं तो आपकी धारणाएं गलत साबित होंगी, गलत धारणाएं निकलेंगी। उसका कारण है मीरा की कविता बहुत समावेशी, लचीली और उदार है, और हमारे लोक ने सदियों से उसमें अपनी जोड़ बाकी जारी रखी है। वो कविता इस तरह की है कि जो निष्कर्ष आप निकालना चाहें निकाल लेंगे, उसकी पुष्टि करेगी वो कविता। वो कविता है ही इस तरह की, और ऐसे निष्कर्ष निकाले गए मध्यंतर। जैसे आरंभ में यदि आप संत भक्त के रूप में उसकी पहचान चाहते हैं तो वैसे साक्ष्य मीरा की कविता में मिल जाएंगे। यदि आप उसको रहस्यवादी, पवित्रात्मा, कवियत्री सिद्ध करना चाहते हैं तो वैसे साक्ष्य उसकी कविता में मिल जाएंगे। और यदि आप चाहते हैं कि उसको विद्रोही सिद्ध किया जाए, जैसा आजकल निरंतर सिद्ध किया जा रहा है, एक हाशिए का स्वर सिद्ध करना चाहते हैं जैसा आजकल निरंतर किया जा रहा है, तो आपको वैसे प्रमाण भी मिल जाएंगे। इसलिए मुझे लगा कि मीरा की कविता को और मीरा के जीवन और उसके जीवन को समझने के लिए कविता से इतर दूसरे औजारों का इस्तेमाल किया जाए। अब मैंने कोशिश की कि सबसे पहले धर्माख्यान जो मीरा के जीवन काल में ही आरंभ हो गए थे, उससे संबंधित धर्माख्यान, चरित्राख्यान, मैंने उन पर अपना ध्यान एकाग्र किया। दूसरा, हमारा लोक। उपनिवेश काल में आधुनिक होने की हड़बड़ी में हमने अपने लोक की बहुत सारी धारणाओं को, जनश्रुतियों को हमने खारिज कर दिया, युक्ति संगत नहीं मानकर युक्ति और तर्क की कसौटी पर कसना शुरू कर दिया। मैंने कोशिश की कि उन जनश्रुतियों को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाए। मैंने कोशिश की कि हमारा लोक जो कहता है, हमारे लोक की जो धारणा है, उनको भी इसमें शामिल किया जाए। दूसरा, मीरा के संबंध में इतिहास में जो हमारे पारंपरिक इतिहास रूप हैं उनमें बहुत कम जानकारियां उपलब्ध होती है। मैंने कोशिश की कि जो मीरा के परिजन हैं, खास तौर पर उसके बड़े पिता वीरमदेव, उसके ससुर राणा सांगा, उसके एक भाई जयमल, चचेरे भाई जयमल, इनके संबंध में इतिहास में बहुत प्रामाणिक और निर्विवाद जानकारियां मिलती। उनको आधार बनाकर मीरा के जीवन और समाज की पुनर्रचना की है। मैंने एक बात, हमारे यहाँ मीरा के संबंध में दो धारणाएं, या तो मीरा समाज से ऊपर है, एक मानवेतर अस्तित्व है, या फिर मीरा समाज के हाशिए पर है, जैसा बहुत सारे लोग इधर कह रहे हैं। हमारे बहुत सारे वामपंथी मित्र भी कहते हैं, स्त्री विमर्शकार भी कह रहे हैं कि वो समाज के हाशिए का स्वर है। मैंने मीरा को पहली बार उसके समाज के बीच ले जाकर खड़ा किया है। ये मीरा वो मीरा है जिसको उस समाज ने संभव किया। ये समाज, आप उस समाज को यूरोपीय मानकों से समझना चाहते हैं तो संभव नहीं होगा। आप उस समाज को आप अपने औजारों से, अपने मानकों से समझने की कोशिश करें तो लगेगा कि मीरा उस समाज में संभव हुई है। उस समाज के बारे में बहुत सारी गलत और भ्रांत धारणाएं हैं। मैंने कोशिश की कि उन धारणाओं से अलग मीरा को उसके समाज के बीच में पहचान की जाए। मैंने यह भी कोशिश की कि सदियों से जो छवि निर्माण की प्रक्रियाएं चल रही, मीरा के संबंध में अक्सर ये कहा जाता है कि मीरा के संबंध में ज्ञात कम, प्रचारित अधिक। जो आप जानते हैं मीरा के संबंध में, वो अधिकांश प्रचारित की श्रेणी में आता है। मीरा के संबंध में ज्ञात बहुत कम है। मैंने कोशिश की कि एक आत्मसचेत और स्वावलंबी स्त्री अपनी शर्तों पर अपना जीवन किस तरह से यापन करती है। आप सांचों खांचों से अलग रखकर मीरा के जीवन को उसके समाज के बीच, हाशिए का स्वर नहीं है वो, जो समाज सदियों से मीरा को सिर माथे पर उठाए हुए है, हमारे सदियों से वो हमारी स्मृति और संस्कार में है जो मीरा, बताइए वो समाज मतलब हाशिए पर कैसे हो सकती है कोई मीरा? हाँ, वो तो हमारे समाज के बीच में, भीतर है, उसके ठीक बीच में खड़ी हुई है। ये समाज मीरा होने की गुंजाइश भी, इस समाज मीरा होने का स्थान भी देता है, जगह भी देती है और गुंजाइश भी देती है। ये किताब इस अर्थ में मीरा की एक अलग आत्मसचेत स्वावल, मैंने कुछ भी खारिज नहीं किया। मीरा संत भक्त भी है, उस अर्थ में संत भक्त है जिस अर्थ में एक सांसारिक मनुष्य होता है। मीरा से संबंधित कोई चित्र नहीं मिलता जो उसको भगवाधारी साध्वी प्रमाणित करता हो। मीरा से संबंधित रचना, उसकी कविता में कोई साक्ष्य ऐसा नहीं है जो उसको जीवन विरत और जीवन मुक्त, उसकी गूढ़ आध्यात्मिक अनुभूतियां भी अद्भुत है। हमारे किसी पारंपरिक संत के साथ उसकी तुलना नहीं कर सकते। उसकी एक रचना है चालो अगम के देश, आप उसको देखिए, केवल मेवाड़ और मारवाड़ में प्रयुक्त होने वाले बिंब और प्रतीकों का इस्तेमाल है। किसी संत और भक्त ने इन प्रतीकों का इस्तेमाल नहीं किया इससे पहले। अद्भुत गूढ़ आध्यात्मिक अनुभूतियों में भी मीरा अपनी स्त्री लैंगिक भाषा नहीं छोड़ती, अपना लोक नहीं छोड़ती। इसलिए ये किताब मीरा की एक अलग भिन्न प्रकार की छवि आपके सामने रखता है, जो भक्त, संत, रहस्यवादी कवियत्री और एक विद्रोही स्त्री के बीच की छवि, उसमें ये सब है। लेकिन कोई एक पक्ष सर्वोपरि उसके व्यक्तित्व में नहीं है।
जी, लेकिन एक सवाल अभी भी बनता है, और वो सवाल ये बनता है कि मीरा ही है जो पचरंग चोला पहन सखेरी कहती है, और मीरा ही है जिनकी कविता में दुख की और अवसाद की सघन अभिव्यक्ति हुई है। ये जो मीरा की कविता में दुख है, अवसाद है, इस दुख और अवसाद का कारण क्या है? क्या कृष्ण से विरह, क्या प्रियतम से विरह? ये इस तरफ आपकी किताब क्या कहती है, हम जानना चाहेंगे।
मैंने आरंभ में भी ये बात कही थी कि यूरोपीय मानकों से इस समाज को मत समझिए। पितृसत्ता एक यूरोपीय अवधारणा है। ये अद्भुत समाज है हमारा, अद्भुत, इतना सांस्कृतिक वैविध्य, आप सार्वकालिक और सार्वत्रिक निष्कर्ष नहीं निकाल सकते इस समाज के बारे में। यूरोपीय मानकों का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि ये पितृसत्तात्मक अन्याय की श्रेणी में, लेकिन मीरा के जीवन की ठीक से पड़ताल कीजिए जो इतिहास में। मुझे लगता है ये दुख घटना संकुल परिस्थितियों के कारण है। निरंतर आप देखिए, मीरा के जीवन में अवसाद की और दुख की शुरुआत विवाहोपरांत शुरू होती है। आप देखिए, एक स्त्री जिसका विवाह 5-6 वर्ष के वैवाहिक जीवन, दाम्पत्य जीवन उसका बहुत छोटा सा है। कहते हैं कि 1528 और 1523 के बीच में भोजराज का निधन हो गया किसी अभियान में राणा सांगा के। 1531 में उसके एक देवर का निधन हो गया। 1527 में उसके पिता रत्न सिंह, बड़े पिता रायसल का निधन हो गया। 1528 में ससुर राणा सांगा का निधन हो गया। 1535 में बहादुर शाह के आक्रमण के पहले मीरा विक्रमादित्य और रत्ना सिंह के शासनकाल में प्रताड़ित रही। बहुत छोटी सी अवधि है, 1528 से 1536 तक की अवधि है ये। 1535 में मीरा वहां से प्रस्थान कर जाती मेड़ता। लेकिन आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, निराश्रय मीरा है। मीरा पर मालदेव का मेड़ता पर मालदेव का बहुत भीषण आक्रमण। मीरा वहां से विस्थापित होती है वीरमदेव के साथ और वृंदावन जाती है। वृंदावन में भी उसको स्थायी आश्रय नहीं है, मीरा द्वारका जाती है। कभी आप यदि इन घटना संकुल परिस्थितियों को थोड़ा ध्यान से देखें तो उसके कविता में जो अवसाद है, जो दुख है, उसका कारण ये है। आप उसको इस तरह किसी अवधारणा, किसी यूरोपीय मानक के साथ मत जोड़िए, उसको भारतीय संदर्भ में देखने की कोशिश कीजिए, तो आपको लगेगा कि कुछ भी असाधारण नहीं है मीरा के जीवन।
जी, कविता पर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो ये एक बात मैं करना चाहूँगा कि मीरा की कविता जो लोक में व्याप्त हुई, जिसको इतने बड़े संसार ने जिसको सराहा, जिसको अपना माना, उस कविता के अपने ऐसे कौन सी बातें हैं, उस कविता की अपनी कौन सी ऐसी विशेषताएं हैं जिनकी वजह से मीरा जन जन की कवियत्री बन पाई? अल्पना जी, इस तरफ अगर हमें आप कुछ बताएं तो अच्छा लगेगा।
धन्यवाद। पहले तो मैं एक बात कहना चाहूँगी कि अवसाद जो है कविता में इतने गहरे अगर आए, वो पहली बात तो मीरा की कविता में उस तरह का अवसाद नहीं दिखता, जीवन दिखता है और बहुत जगमगाता हुआ, जो मैंने कहा कि रंग दिखते हैं और कहीं से नहीं लगता कि ये स्त्री अब हार गई है। उस संघर्ष में जिजीविषा का बने रहना, ये एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत दिखाई पड़ता है मीरा के काव्य में। मेरे ख्याल में मीरा के बारे में इतिहास बहुत मौन है और जो पहली कुछ जानकारी जो जिस तरह का प्रचारित सामग्री हमें पता चलती है, और उसके बाद और बहुत सारी लोक जनश्रुतियाँ, लेकिन जो एक नागरी दास की किताब में मेरे ख्याल में प्रेम पद प्रसंग माला में ये सारे जो प्रचारित जनश्रुतियाँ, उनकी बहुत सारी बातें, यहाँ तक कि मीरा का कृष्ण की मूर्ति में अंत में समाहित हो जाना, ये भी मिलता है। फिर हम देखते हैं, पहले नाभा दास ने तो ले ही लिया था नाम, उसके बाद हम देखते हैं कि गांधी और टैगोर मीरा का नाम ले रहे हैं। गांधी से हमें पता चलता है दोबारा से उठाना मीरा को, और वो एक सत्याग्रही के रूप में मीरा की पहचान करते हैं। ये ठीक है कि उसका कितना अनुकूलन हमारे समाज में किए जाने की कोशिश की गई, कितना कैननाइजेशन हुआ, और किस तरह से उसको जब कोई बहुत विद्रोही होता है तो बाद में उस लगता है कि इसको अब नहीं मिटाया जा सकता, तो उसे अपने में शामिल करने की एक कोशिश जारी होती है, और उस कोशिश के तहत उसका रूप बिगाड़ के, जैसे कि सीता को हम बहुत अनुगता के रूप में देखें, और जबकि सीता लगता है जैसे कि बहुत बड़ा व्यक्तित्व रही होंगी, जो धारा के विपरीत भी बची रह गई, और सब कुछ के बावजूद कहीं उनका नाम अभी तक चला ही आ रहा है, सावित्री का नाम चला। पता नहीं इन चरित्रों में कितनी सच्चाई थी, क्योंकि इतिहास तो मौन है, वहाँ से कुछ हमें मिलता नहीं। तो मीरा के बारे में भी इसी तरह इतिहास से बहुत मजबूत प्रामाणिक सामग्री नहीं मिलती। अब जो मिलेगा वो उनकी रचनाओं से ही मिलेगा, उसी का जो भी पाठ निकलेगा वहीं से हम ये देख पाएंगे कि क्या मीरा बहुत दुखी हैं। पत्र लिखत मेरे कर कंपत हैं, अरे भाई ये तो बहुत प्रेम में डूब के मगन हो कि है कि भाई रो रही हूँ, विरह की वो एक बहुत ही सुंदर स्थितियां हैं जिसे मीरा बहुत मुखर होकर, स्त्री कामनाओं का दमकता हुआ संसार, वे इतनी मर्यादा के साथ इस बात को कहती हैं। और दूसरी तरफ आप देखिए, पग घुघरू बांध मीरा नाच्यो, पैर में घुघरू बांधना किसी राजघराने की स्त्री के लिए वर्ज्य था, वर्जित प्रदेश में प्रवेश करना। घुघरू प्रायः हमें नृत्यांगनाओं, गणिकाओं, इनके निकट ले जाते हैं। नूपुर है, सुहाग के नूपुर होते हैं, नूपुर नहीं कह रही हैं, पारिवारिक दी गई, थोपी गई पारिवारिक मर्यादाओं से बाहर निकल जाने की कोशिश, नैतिकता की धज्जियां उड़ा देना। आप ये देखिए, मीरा के ये पद प्राय प्राप्त नहीं होते, आसानी से तो नहीं मिलते। बहुत पुराना एक रिसर्च वर्क था डॉक्टर पद्मावती शबनम का, उन्होंने ऐसी जगहों पर जो बहुत नीची जातियां थी, जिनके बीच मीरा के पद आज भी गाए जाते हैं, वहां से उन्होंने बहुत सारी चीजें रिकॉर्ड की। वो रिकॉर्डिंग बहुत सारा कुछ प्रमाण बताती है कि इस रूप में मीरा जीवित रहेंगी। उसमें बहुत तरह के पद हैं, मतलब सास बहू के बहुत प्यारे झगड़े भी हैं। सास कहे कुलनाशी, तो कुलनाशी तो मीरा हैं, क्योंकि जो दी गई, थोपी गई पितृसत्यात्मक मर्यादाएं हैं, उनका जो सांचा है, ढांचा है, उसके भीतर मीरा कहीं भी फिट नहीं हो पा रही। उनकी कविता के पाठ से हम इस चीज को निकाल सकते हैं। और एक बहुत भयानक पद है जहां कहती हैं कि नाच नाच के रसिक रिझावा। अरे नाच नाच के रसिक रिझाना, इतनी बड़ी बात कह देती हैं पूरे समाज के ऊपर। तो ये इस तरह की आडंबर युक्त मर्यादाएं नहीं चाहिए। सच्चाई को पहचानिए। कहीं ये एक स्वर वहां से निकल कर आता है जहां से हम मीरा का ये पाठ कर पाते हैं कि मीरा कहीं ना कहीं समानता के उस अधिकार की बात कर रही थी। शायद यही कारण था कि रूप गोस्वामी से मिलते समय कहती हैं कि जिन भक्त कवियों ने ये बताया कि असमानता के विरुद्ध भक्ति एक विकल्प है, सारे वर्ण व्यवस्था के विरुद्ध भक्ति मार्ग एक विकल्प प्रस्तुत करता है। हरि को भजे सो हरि का होई, जो हरि को भजेगा वही, कोई जाति नहीं चलेगी, कोई जेंडर नहीं चलेगा, जेंडर बोध नहीं होगा। वहां मीरा जाके कहती है तुम कहते हो कि मैं स्त्री से नहीं मिलता, अरे तुम्हारे दिमाग में तो अभी भी स्त्री पुरुष बैठा हुआ है। तो यहां हम उस पाठ को पा सकते हैं, इन चीजों से हम उस पाठ को करते हैं कि मीरा का व्यक्तित्व तो बड़ा विराट, बड़ा तेजस्वी रहा होगा और बहुत सारी चीजों को पहचानने की अपनी जद्दोजहद में ही सही, हम उसे आज के स्त्री विमर्श के सारे मानकों के अनुसार नहीं तौल सकते, उन मानकों के अनुसार उसको जांच नहीं सकते हैं, लेकिन हम वहां एक चिंगारी, एक संघर्ष का जज्बा, इस तरह की खोखली नैतिकता को पहचानने और उसका निषेध करने, उसे दरकिनार कर देने, उसे तिरस्कृत कर देने का साहस ये पाते जरूर हैं। और शायद यही कारण है कि वह जनता के बीच, क्योंकि जनता की परेशानियां मीरा के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं, जनता अपने मन की बात वहां पा जाती है। भाभी मानो बात हमारी, इस तरह की जो बातें हैं तो जनता के बीच इसीलिए इतनी लोकप्रिय हैं। वही कवि जनता का कवि होगा जो जनता की बात कह रहा होगा। इस तरह से मीरा अपनी लोकप्रियता में, अपनी स्वीकार्यता में सबकी हैं। यह तो निश्चित ही उनका दायरा बहुत बड़ा है, निश्चित ही ये है।
जी, आपने कहा हरा साहब कि मीरा सजग और आत्मचेतस स्त्री हैं। उनकी सजगता और इस आत्मचेतस स्त्री की छवि में उनके व्यक्तित्व के बारे में कुछ और जो अनजाने पहलू हैं, जो उनकी हैसियत है राजघराने में, या जो उनका जीवन संघर्ष है, उसके संबंध में कुछ ऐसे पहलू जिनको हम नहीं जानते हैं या जिन पर अभी तक पर्दे पड़े हुए हैं, अगर वैसे कुछ प्रसंग आप हमें बता सकें, हमारे श्रोताओं को बता सकें तो अच्छा लगेगा।
मैंने आरंभ में ये बात कही थी कि मीरा के संबंध में ज्ञात कम है, प्रचारित ज्यादा। मैं आपको मीरा के बारे में जो धारणा है कि ये छवि निर्माण की प्रक्रियाएं हैं जो बहुत आरंभ में शुरू होती है, मीरा के जीवन काल में ही शुरू हो गई और ये निरंतर अब भी जारी, क्योंकि जिस व्यक्ति के संबंध में ज्ञात कम होता है उसके बारे में छवि निर्माण बहुत आसान होता है। आप तथ्यों के साथ तोड़ मरोड़ कर सकते हैं। मीरा के साथ ऐसा बहुत हुआ। थोड़ी देर के लिए कल्पना करिए कि उत्तर भारत के सबसे बड़े साम्राज्य का स्वामी राणा सांगा अपनी पुत्र वधू के रूप में एक पगली और प्रेम दीवाने का चयन क्यों करता? मेड़ता और मेवाड़ के कूटनीतिक संबंध बहुत दृढ़ और मजबूत है। मीरा का लालन पालन एक आत्म सचेत और स्वावलंबी स्त्री के रूप में हुआ। मेवाड़ के अंतःपुर में मेड़ता अपना एक प्रतिनिधि चाहता है, बहुत सजगता पूर्वक, इसलिए उन्होंने एक आत्म सचेत युवती का चयन किया। मीरा वहां रही भी एक आत्म सचेत और स्वावलंबी स्त्री के रूप में। कभी कोई ये तो दो इतिहासकार हैं जिनका हमारे यहाँ कम स्मरण किया जाता है, जिनको खासतौर पर मैंने तरजीह दी। मीरा के पितृपक्ष के पूर्वजों में से दोनों, गोपाल सिंह मेड़तिया और ठाकुर चतुर सिंह, उन्होंने लिखा है, उनको सामंती और दरबारी मानकर खारिज कर दिया गया। श्यामल दास ने भी लिखा, उनको भी दरबारी और सामंती मानकर खारिज कर दिया गया। गौरी शंकर हीराचंद ओझा ने भी लिखा, उनको भी दरबारी और सामंती मानकर खारिज कर दिया। दोनों का कहना यह कि उस तरह से मीरा दीनहीन असहाय यहां वहां भटकने वाली स्त्री नहीं है। आप कल्पना करिए, मेवाड़ उत्तर भारत के सबसे बड़े स्वामी महाराणा सांगा की पुत्र वधू ऐसे ही थोड़ी जाती होगी क्या? वृंदावन गमन, द्वारका गमन कोई आश्चर्यजनक घटना है नहीं। सामंत स्त्रियां इस तरह की यात्राएं करती है। वृंदावन में भी और द्वारका में भी मेवाड़ की धर्मशाला है, वहां सुरक्षा और संरक्षण है उनको। द्वारका में निराश्रय नहीं है मीरा। जोधपुर की एक ब्रांच, एक शाखा जिसको वाडेर कहते हैं, वो द्वारका में शासन कर रही है जब मीरा वहां प्रवास पर है। कम लोगों को जानकारी इस बात की। वृंदावन, जहां वीरम देव के साथ भ्रमण करते हुए टोडा तक तो गई ही है, वृंदावन जाना कोई आश्चर्यजनक नहीं है। मीरा से पहले भी सामंत स्त्रियां द्वारका गई, मीरा से पहले भी, बाद में भी सामंत स्त्रियां द्वारका गई। कुछ चीजें बहुत विचित्र मानी जाती मीरा के संबंध में, लेकिन खास बात यह है कि मीरा उस अर्थ में बहुत अद्भुत प्रकार की संत भक्त है। कभी आप हमारे पारंपरिक संत भक्तों से अलग प्रकार की संत भक्त, आप समझिए थोड़ी देर के लिए, हमारे किस संत भक्त के या वैयक्तिक पहचान का आग्रह है। मीरा अपनी वैयक्तिक पहचान के संबंध में बहुत निरंतर सचेत। वो कहती, मैं मेड़ता पैदा हुई, मेरा विवाह वहां हुआ, मुझे ये तकलीफ है। बल्कि द्वारका जाने पर भी कहती है कि मैंने वो देश क्यों छोड़ा, मुझे अपने देश की स्मृति अब भी आती। हमारे किस संत भक्त के या वैयक्तिक संबंधों का द्वंद्व और तनाव है, किसी के यहां नहीं मिलता। मीरा के यहां मिलता। मीरा के यहां नाराजगी मिलती है, सास से नाराजगी है, ससुर से नाराजगी है, शासक से ना, शासक को तो दो शासकों के लिए तो एक बात जो बार बार कही गई है कि उसके पति से संबंध तनावपूर्ण है। मुश्किल ये है कि उसकी कविता के आधार पर आपको पता है राणा संबोधन तब दिया जाता है जब कोई सत्तारूढ़ हो, इससे पहले राणा संबोधन दिया ही नहीं जाता। मीरा की कविता में आने वाले राणा शब्द को लेकर बहुत सारे लोग ले पड़े। उन्होंने कहा कि उनके संबंध पति, आप इसको पितृसत्ता से जोड़िए कि पति पत्नी के बीच में संबंध अन्यायपूर्ण। ऐसा कोई साक्ष्य नहीं। भोजराज से उनके संबंध बहुत सौहार्दपूर्ण, छोटा सा दाम्पत्य जीवन है, लेकिन उसमें कोई तनाव नहीं है कहीं भी। इसलिए मीरा की कविता जैसी स्त्री लैंगिक और लोक संपृक्त मीरा की कविता है, वैसी हमारे किसी संत भक्त की नहीं, आप हमारी किसी स्त्री संत की नहीं। आप सहजोबाई को लीजिए, दयाबाई को लीजिए, वे उसी रूढ़ भाषा का इस्तेमाल कर रही है जिस भाषा का इस्तेमाल कबीर कर रहे हैं, रैदास कर रहे हैं। मीरा नहीं कर रही उस भाषा का इस्तेमाल, वो अद्भुत भाषा है उसकी। ये भी गलत धारणा है। मध्यकाल में राजस्थान और गुजरात दो सांस्कृतिक इकाइयां नहीं है। ये कहा जाता है गुजरात कैसे गई होगी, अरे मध्यकाल में ये दो सांस्कृतिक इकाइयां है ही नहीं। गुजरात के सारे विवाह राजस्थान में हो रहे हैं, राजस्थान के सारे विवाह गुजरात में हुए हैं। ये भौगोलिक संज्ञाएं तो बहुत बाद की अभी की। आप देखिए उसकी कविता, भाषाएं भी दो नहीं है। मीरा जो भाषा इस्तेमाल कर रही है वो भाषा, मैंने आरंभ में भी कहा कि वो समावेशी, लचीली और उदार भाषा है। सदियों से हमारी जोड़ बाकी चल रही है उसमें, इसलिए ये गुंजाइश है। मीरा के जीवन के ज़मन में ऐसे बहुत सारे पहलू हैं जिन पर नए सिरे से पुनर्विचार होना चाहिए। उसकी ये जो पहचान है वो एक अद्भुत प्रकार की संत भक्त कवियत्री है। हिंदी में ऐसी संत, स्त्री संत दूसरी नहीं है कोई भी। उसको अलग ढंग से समझने और पहचानने की जरूरत। उसको आप पारंपरिक संत भक्तों की कसौटी पर रखकर समझना चाहेंगे तो बहुत मुश्किल होगी।
जी, तभी हम कह सकते हैं कि कबीर के कंधों पर चढ़कर मीरा कहती है, तेरो कोई नहीं रोकनहार, मगन होए मीरा चली। सुमन जी इस पर प्रस्तुति के बाद केवल 5 मिनट का समय शेष है। श्रोताओं के लिए यह समय है, अगर कोई सवाल पूछना चाहे प्रोफेसर माधव हाड़ा जी से या प्रोफेसर अल्पना मिश्र जी से, तो मंच खुला हुआ है। कृपया जल्दी से आप अपना सवाल पूछें, आगे आ जाएं।
सर माइक में बात करिएगा। सुन लिया।
हेलो, पितृसत्तात्मक धर्म यूरोप की नहीं, भारत के हजारों वर्षों के परंपरा में रची हुई है। ऋग्वेद से लेकर के पितृसत्तात्मक चली आ रही, यूरोप मानक तो अलग रहे। और मीरा के काव्य और जीवन में अवसाद नहीं बल्कि आक्रोश है। सही शब्द का इस्तेमाल कीजिए, अवसाद शब्द गलत है।
मैंने आपसे आरंभ में ही कहा कि मीरा के संबंध में कोई सरलीकरण बहुत मुश्किल काम है। मैंने आरंभ में कहा आप अवसाद ढूंढेंगे, अवसाद मिल जाएगा, आक्रोश ढूंढेंगे, आक्रोश मिल जाएगा। मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि उनकी कविता में अवसाद है। देखिए, उनकी कविता में दुख तो है निरंतर। आप मीरा जब चित्तौड़ से रवाना हो रही तो पूछ रहा, मारा बाबोसा ने कहजो माने बेगा लेवा आवे। आप अवसाद को खारिज मत करिए। सारी कविता एक दुख का वितान है, ऐसा नहीं है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा आक्रोश नहीं है, मैंने कुछ भी खारिज नहीं किया। मीरा का चरित्र और मीरा का व्यक्तित्व ही ऐसा है कि उसमें कुछ खारिज करने की गुंजाइश नहीं है। वो उसकी कविता इतनी समावेशी है, उसमें सब है। पर जहां तक पितृसत्तात्मक शब्द है, ये तो सभी जानते हैं कि ये अवधारणा, ये मानक, पितृ शब्द जरूर भारतीय परंपरा में होगा, लेकिन ये अवधारणा और ये मानक तो यूरोपीय है। इसमें क्या संदेह?
कोई और सवाल? जी।
प्रोफेसर हांडा, आपने बहुत अच्छे से गढ़ से तो उतरी मीरा, भक्तिमती विलक्षण मीरा के बारे में बताया, और विरह और आक्रोश दोनों जो चीजें हैं उसके, मैं तो प्रेम दीवानी, मेरो दर्द न जाने कोई, ये विरह वाली बात है और आक्रोश भी है। एक चीज मुझे जो समझ में नहीं आई, ये शायद आपने सो दिया कि सभी जगह पूरे विश्व में भी मीरा को माना जा रहा है, उनके पद गाए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन श्रीनाथ द्वारा में जैसे अष्टछाप कवियों ने कहीं उनको स्वीकार नहीं किया, वल्लभ संप्रदाय में स्वीकार नहीं किया। एक तो इस बारे में जानना चाहूंगी। दूसरा कि मैं एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात भी कहना चाहूंगी, यहाँ के लोग जानते भी होंगे, यहाँ जगत शिरोमणि मंदिर है आमेर में, केवल मात्र देश का ही नहीं शायद विश्व में एकमात्र मंदिर है जहां कृष्ण के साथ मीरा उनके वामांग में उनकी पत्नी के रूप में विराजमान की गई हैं। और ये वो विग्रह है जब प्रताप के साथ हल्दी घाटी के युद्ध के बाद मान सिंह जी उस विग्रह को लेकर आए, और जो लोग उस विग्रह को देखेंगे, आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के अंतर्गत वो मंदिर है, तो उस विग्रह को यदि आप उस भाव से देखेंगे तो लगेगा कि मीरा वास्तव में वहां उस विग्रह के सामने घुंघरू बांध के नाच रही है, राणा जी इनको जहर का प्याला दे रहे हैं। तो ये एक अलग सूचना भी है, लेकिन मैं यहाँ जानना चाहूंगी कि मीरा जब वृंदावन से
मैंने आप जो सूचना दे रही मेरे किताब में उसका विस्तृत विवरण है जगत शिरोमणि मंदिर के संबंध में। देखिए ये मीरा एक बड़ी सामंत हैसियत की भक्त है। मैंने आरंभ में भी कहा उत्तर भारत के सबसे बड़े साम्राज्य की पुत्र वधू है, इसलिए मध्यकाल में जो जितने सांस्थानिक भक्ति संप्रदाय हैं वे सभी उसको अपने दायरे में लेने के लिए उनमें होड़ मची हुई। तो जो प्रकरण आप बता रही हैं वो प्रकरण वो है कि वो भी चाहते थे कि मीरा उनके दायरे में आ जाए। दो ग्रंथ हैं उस संप्रदाय के, 84 वैष्णवन की वार्ता, 252 वैष्णवन की वार्ता, दोनों बहुत महत्व, हिंदी भक्त संतों की सबसे अधिक जीवनियां उसी में मिलती है। लेकिन इन दोनों में मीरा वर्ण्य नहीं है, मीरा की चर्चा जरूर है प्रसंगांतर से। वो चाहते हैं कि मीरा किसी तरह उनके दायरे के भीतर आ जाए।
धन्यवाद बहुत बहुत प्रोफेसर माधव हाड़ा, प्रोफेसर सुमन यादव और प्रोफेसर अल्पना मिश्र, आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस रोचक और विचारोत्तेजक चर्चा के लिए। धन्यवाद।
Let's give another thanks to Madhav Hada, Alpana Mishra and Pallav, as well as Suman Yadav for that wonderful singing this afternoon. This session was presented by the State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur. And if you'd like to stay on, we are going straight into a book launch here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. That book launch is Your Child Ready to Face the World? By Anupam Sibal. It will be released by Bina Kak. We're going into that book launch in just a couple of minutes. Please do stick around.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. The genesis of State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur, popularly known as SBBJ, dates back to 1943-44 with the setting up of the Bank of Jaipur Limited and the Bank of Bikaner Limited under the patronage of the erstwhile Jaipur and Bikaner.
Please do not obstruct the way of the authors. Please let them exit peacefully. They are going to be making a book signing, so you can meet them down at the book signing area in the far left corner of the lawn. So please don't obstruct the journey of the authors. They will be making a book signing.
To such an extent that the word bank in itself is synonymous with SBBJ across the state. State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur, the premier bank of Rajasthan with Pan India presents. Thank you.
Bhavya, come.
तो अजमल मियाँ और क्या चल रहा है?
सुना हाईवे पे टेम्पो पलटा, गन्ने से लदा था, बिरजू के लड्डू खा के 3 बीमार, खोया बासी था। अरे रैना भैया ने क्या काइट पकड़ा है? रन आउट 15-75।
अब इससे क्या पूछना और क्या चल रहा है? डेली हंट डाउनलोड कीजिए, आपकी भाषा में सारी खबरें और किताबें।
सुना हजामत के दौरान उस पर फैसला अभी हुआ नहीं है, पर
अजमल भाई को उम्र कैद अभी हुई नहीं है, पर डेली हंट और क्या चल रहा है?
तो अजमल मियाँ और क्या चल रहा है?
सुना हाईवे पे टेम्पो पलटा, गन्ने से लदा था, बिरजू के लड्डू खा के 3 बीमार, खोया बासी था। अरे रैना भैया ने क्या काइट पकड़ा है? रन आउट 15-75।
अब इससे क्या पूछना और क्या चल रहा है? डेली हंट डाउनलोड कीजिए, आपकी भाषा में सारी खबरें और किताबें।
सुना हजामत के दौरान उस पर फैसला अभी हुआ नहीं है, पर
अजमल भाई को उम्र कैद अभी हुई नहीं है, पर डेली हंट और क्या चल रहा है?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn for this afternoon session. The book launch is for Is Your Child Ready to Face the World? The author of the book is Dr. Anupam Sibal. He is a renowned pediatrician and group medical director of Apollo Hospitals Group. The book, Is Your Child Ready to Face the World, will be released by Bina Kak. Bina Kak is a politician. She has been a cabinet minister for Rajasthan for 2 terms. She's also a social activist who runs a school called Umang, and I hear she is also an accomplished actress. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Anupam Sibal and Beena Kak. Anupam, I will invite you to the podium to say a few words about the book.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to be here this afternoon, and I'm so happy that you found the time to attend this session. And I can see there are quite a few parents here, there are a few kids here as well. I typically ask parents this question: are you stressed about failing as a parent? And most hands go up. Why is it that parents are so stressed about failing as parents? They have this deep-rooted worry. There's several questions that haunt a parent. Will my child be successful? Will I be able to instill the right values in my child? Will my child be able to distinguish the good from the bad? Will my child choose the right path? Will my child be able to live up to the genetic potential with which he's been born? The list is endless, but there is one underlying sentiment: will I be able to discharge my duty as a parent? When we are doing the very best for our children, why do we have this fear? The reason why we are worried about failing is that there is a breakdown of communication between parents and children that I have noticed in the last 5 or 7 years. In today's world, where academics, extracurricular activities, so many gadgets really take so much of a child's time, it is becoming increasingly harder to communicate with them. So how can one communicate with a child? Well, we can give them lots of books to read, but we're going to have to pray very hard, because data shows that kids don't like to read anymore. Just about 30% of kids will pick up a book, and 17%, based on a survey done in the United Kingdom, would be embarrassed if their friends saw them reading a book. So books are not likely to work. We can tell them about our experience. There's, after all, so much that we have learnt based on the years that we've lived. There's so much that we can share with them. But then anything that a parent usually tells a child is perceived as a sermon. And perhaps we should remember what Charles Wadsworth said: by the time a man realizes that maybe his father was right, he usually has a son who thinks he's wrong. So your own experience doesn't count for much. What I've tried to do in this book is really describe what I have tried to do at home with our son, based on my learnings as a pediatrician and interacting with thousands and thousands of parents and children every year. So what we tried to do at home was to get Devang, our son, to talk about something that he was interested in, and then really tailor a conversation around what he was interested in. And this would be something that he would lead. We usually went onto the web to get more information about the topic that he was interested in. And just to give you a couple of examples, when he wanted an iPhone and he was really pleading for an iPhone because everybody in class had an iPhone, I thought that was a perfect opportunity to talk about Steve Jobs' ups and downs, to talk about his determination, and that how much you can achieve in life if you're determined. When we were watching Shakira at the Soccer World Cup inauguration in South Africa, I thought that was an opportunity to talk about forgiveness and Nelson Mandela. So we talked about Mandela's life, and then a few days later we watched Invictus, which really reflects on Nelson Mandela's life and his times. So through several of these anecdotes, examples, what I've tried to capture in this book is what I have learnt. Of course, I was very particular about using my experience frugally, as I was reminded of Mark Twain's words, and I quote, "When I was a boy of 14, my father was so ignorant, I could hardly stand to have the old man around. But when I got to be 21, I was astonished at how much the old man had learnt in 7 years." So I've tried to capture 18 values, 50 do's and don'ts, and I have dedicated this book to the children I've had the privilege of looking after over the last 20 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anupam. I'll now invite Beena Kak to the podium to say a few words.
Good evening. Namaskar. Last year, I was admitted to the Apollo hospitals for a surgery. Going to a hospital obviously is a traumatic experience. Mine turned out to be a blessing. The CEO of the Apollo Hospital, a very compassionate human being, a very good doctor, reaching out to the patients admitted in his hospital. I got a very good friend in Dr. Anupam Sibal. Thank you, Anupam, for being there. It is indeed an honor to be here for the release of Dr. Anupam Sibal's book. I am grateful to Anupam for this honor and this opportunity. Because of this, not just me, many of my family members have already read this wonderful book. Before reading this book, I had not known a pediatrician who called the children he treated on their birthdays. Right, Kirti? He's been calling your grandson as well, and mine too. Today I know such a doctor, Dr. Anupam Sibal. I know a doctor today who does not just treat children, but he tries to make their dreams come true. About 3 months ago, when I was getting my treatment, Dr. Sibal called me and he told me that a patient child with a very serious disease had just one dream: to meet Salman Khan. Knowing that I knew Salman well, Dr. Sibal asked me if I could help this dream come true. I was able to manage a meeting with Salman. And guess what? Dr. Sibal flew to Mumbai with his patient child, his parents, and had a wonderful time with Salman. They spent a quality time with Salman. In this book, I read another story like this. Another child patient, once again with a serious illness, once again from Pakistan, had a dream. He wanted to meet Sachin Tendulkar. The child knew Sachin Tendulkar was going to be in Delhi for a match. Through the medical doctor attached to the cricket stadium, Dr. Sibal contacted Sachin's doctor wife and arranged for a meeting between Sachin and the child in Sachin's hotel. Sachin played cricket with the child for more than half an hour, and in fact it was the boy who got tired and he had to say no to cricket playing. But Sachin's humility really was, this child was very happy meeting Sachin and went back to Pakistan. When I heard that Dr. Sibal had written a book, I assumed it would be about medicine, health. What else would a pediatrician write about? I was most pleasantly surprised to see that the book is not about illness, health tips, his knowledge, his profession, etc. The book is about life and values necessary to lead happy, meaningful lives. Like the Bhagavad Gita, as he has already mentioned, Anupam Sibal's Gita has 18 chapters, about 18 values like human, caring, compassion, giving, gratitude. In this book, Anupam shares his own experiences and as a father to Devang, his son. Like Gandhiji said, be the change you see. Dr. Sibal says the best way to teach a child is through examples, not through lectures and preachings. This means parents have to be ready to face the world before they can teach their children to do this. Parents need to be humble and be willing to listen to their children and learn from them. There are so many amazing stories in this book. The one story which really touched me most is about a girl. Can I read the paragraph, please? So it's about children by nature are compassionate. Adults can, in fact, unknowingly discourage that compassion by trying to control how their children interact with their children, adults and animals. So this story about, he writes, the parents of a 7-year-old girl brought her to me for consultation as they were concerned about her growth. She had not been gaining adequate weight over the last 6 months. Her parents felt that she ate well at home and seemed to have no medical problems. The girl studied in a school that was really far from her home. Her home was the first stop for the school bus in the morning and the last stop on the way back. This meant that she had to leave home at 6:45 a.m. and returned at 4 p.m. She only had a glass of milk in the morning before she left. In addition to lunch, her mother packed her 2 snacks, one for the morning and one for the afternoon. Her snack box and lunch box came back empty. As I calculated her dietary intake, I felt that she was being provided with adequate calories. I asked her if she liked what was provided to her and she said yes. I asked her if she threw away her food sometimes like children often do, and she said no. She did not seem to have any symptoms and examination was absolutely normal. I was really at a loss. I felt there was no need for any further investigations as the child appeared to be in good health. I suggested to the family that we should meet again in a month. When I saw the girl again, she had not gained any weight at all. She had no symptoms and again the examination was normal. The mother reiterated that the snack box and the lunch box came home empty and the girl had no complaints about the food she was provided. In the first consultation, she had been asked about throwing away her food. This time I asked her, "Do you finish your snacks and meal?" She replied, "Doctor, my friend and I do." When I asked her to elaborate, she said, "My friend does not like the snacks and lunch she gets. Her mother died several months ago and the nanny gives her the same snacks and lunch every day. If she takes the snacks and lunch back, she is scolded. As I also don't like her food, we throw it away. And she and I eat what I take to school." Her mother hugged her and she started to cry. Her father asked her, "Why did you not tell us? We could have packed 2 snack and lunch boxes for you and your friend." The girl just smiled and said, "You know, I get goosies. I did not want to trouble you, mommy." The girl had not thought twice about giving away half her food every day. She did not think about herself. For her, friendship stood above everything else. I wish I had this book when I became a mother. I would have done a better job of mothering Anupam. Dr. Sybil in this book is challenging fathers, especially busy, successful fathers. Most discreetly, he is asking them if they are spending quality time with their children. Are they humble? Are they honest? Are they compassionate? I wish all the success and happy parenting to you all. Namaskar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will now invite Dr. Anupam Sibal to read from the book. Afterwards, we'll do a very brief Q&A if people have questions in the audience.
Thank you very much, Beena ji, for reading from a little bit. Many children like to dream. When I see their dreams unfulfilled, they lose enthusiasm. Children are different. I often see parents, teachers and relatives inadvertently crushing dreams by telling their children their ideas are not feasible or warning them to be cautious and practical. I like to recount Monty Roberts' story to them. Monty Roberts grew up moving from one farm to another as his father was a horse trainer. In senior school, he was asked to write a paper on what he would like to do in life. He wrote about his dream to own a horse ranch and included a drawing of a 4,000 square foot house in the middle of a 200-acre ranch. When he received the graded paper, he was shocked to see an F. The teacher asked Monty to see him after class. The teacher explained to Monty that his goal was unrealistic given the financial status of his family and suggested that Roberts should resubmit his paper. Roberts told the teacher, "You keep your F and I will keep my dream." Years later, the teacher took 30 kids to spend a week at a horse ranch. That ranch belonged to Roberts, and he had hung his framed school paper with an F over the fireplace. As the teacher was leaving the ranch, he went to Roberts and told him that he had been a dream stealer. He was happy that Roberts had not given up on his dream. We should ask our children about their dreams. We should take them to see monuments that stand testament to someone's dream becoming a reality. The Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, the Sydney Opera House, the Taj Mahal, among many others, stand today because someone dreamt about them. Every invention was born out of a dream. The light bulb, the DVD, the computer, the cell phone, the list is endless. We need to tell our children that the inventions that they are so dependent on are the result of someone's dream. Every museum has examples of dreams coming true. When children see what dreams can achieve, they start believing in theirs. Belief, as we know, is power. The next time our children talk about their dreams, we should let them. In fact, we should encourage them. Their dreams might just change the world. At the age of 3, Jody started having seizures and was prescribed an anti-epileptic medicine. The seizures kept on increasing in size, in severity and frequency, and there were days when she had 100 seizures in 24 hours. More anti-epileptic medicines were added, but the combination of medicines could not control the seizures. Jody's condition worsened. She developed partial paralysis and could not walk. Jody's parents were told that she suffered from Rasmussen's encephalitis. This is a rare inflammatory brain disease which is seen in 1 in 500,000 to a million individuals. It typically affects 1/2 of the brain and usually affects normal children. Symptoms are seizures and a rapid decline in learning along with weakness of one side of the body as the disease progresses. Since the seizures continually increase, the only treatment is radical surgery. Radical perhaps is describing it mildly. The surgery involves removing half the brain. Yes, half the brain. A radical hemispherectomy is what this procedure is called. When Jody's parents were told that the only treatment option was a radical hemispherectomy, they were devastated. Any parent would be. Imagine being told as a parent that the only effective treatment is removing half your child's brain, not 10%, 20%, 30%, but 50%. Jody's family made the most difficult decision and agreed to surgery because this was their only hope. The hemispherectomy went off smoothly, but the post-operative period was trying. Jody underwent prolonged rehabilitation and eventually regained her strength. The seizures stopped and her body learned to function with half her brain. Slowly but surely she recovered. Jody eventually went back to school. At 8, she topped 2nd grade. She completed her university degree. Now Jody wants to be a teacher. Her mother Lynn is specialty director at the Hemispherectomy Foundation, helping families deal with Rasmussen's encephalitis. Lynn knows how to tell people never to give up hope. 7-year-old Gemma Hockley, a right-hander, had her left hemisphere removed. 4 years later, she was playing her favorite sports, soccer and basketball. At school, Gemma was recognized for her neat handwriting, an extraordinary achievement considering she now writes left-handed. So can any one of us give up hope? And the last bit, we want to change our children. After all, this book is about changing our children for the better. Our children want to change a lot of things too. Many of us are, however, do not know what our children want to change. We do not have that conversation because we do not have the time, or we believe that our child is too young to discuss this with. If we have this discussion, we will be surprised at what they say. I sometimes ask children about what they want to alter. They have lots to say. They don't want homework, no exams. They don't want their classmates to tease them. They want the world to be a happier place. For their parents not to be parents all the time. For parents to spend more time with them. They want quality time and individual attention. They want their parents to be role models. Among the different values that I have touched upon, the ability to recognize that change has to begin with oneself is the hardest to inculcate. We as parents must first be the change we wish to see in the world and our children. If we do not, we might as well not have this discussion with our children. We hate being criticized, but we criticize our children often. We like to be praised, but how often do we praise our children? We do praise them for winning awards and excelling in academics and sports, but do we praise them for smaller achievements? Do we praise them for good behavior? We take that for granted, don't we? If we stop criticizing them and become lavish in compliments, they will return the favor. A lady once brought her son to Mahatma Gandhi. She was worried that he ate too much jaggery and that it would damage his health. She requested Mahatma Gandhi to counsel her son. Mahatma Gandhi paused for a moment and then asked the lady to bring her son back after a few days. When they returned, Mahatma Gandhi told the boy that he shouldn't eat too much jaggery as it could be harmful. The lady was surprised. She asked Mahatma Gandhi why he had not said this at the first meeting. Mahatma Gandhi replied, I needed a few days to give up eating jaggery so that I could counsel your son with conviction. Before we ask anyone to change, we need to look inwards. Next time we want our children to be more courteous or gentle or kind, we need to see if we ourselves are well-mannered. Before we reprimand them for being late, we need to think how often we have kept them waiting. We need to make a list of things we should change about ourselves before asking our children to change. We could ask our children to point out the things they would like us to change. We need to be prepared to see a rather long list and unexpected things. When I did this exercise with Devang, spending quality time and being calmer topped the list. I made an effort to block Sunday afternoons for quality time and made a conscious effort to be calmer. As Devang saw items on the list being ticked, he came up to me one day and said, Dad, will you help me make a list of things I need to change? Thank you.
We have time for one question only. Is there somebody with a burning question in the audience?
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, what made you write this book? What was the idea of writing the book?
Thank you very much for that question. Over the last 7 or 8 years, I've actually seen the communication breakdown between parents and children. We were raised in a particular fashion. You know, we always said yes to our parents, and even if we disagreed, it was a very gentle kind of way of disagreeing, and you know, we didn't really argue. But today's generation, like you have access to a lot more information that we did, and you want to put forward your points, and you want to be able to defend your position. And because if your parents say this is what they meant by saying, you will Google and say, well, I disagree because Google says this. And the reason I was seeing this happening, and then one day I saw a huge argument between a daughter and a father, and the mother in my clinic, and the father started to cry. And that's where I thought something needs to be done about this, because I think parents today need help. It's not the kids. It's we who need to change, and we need to learn to adapt to be parents of this generation, which is smarter than we were, and that generation be treated very differently.
Congratulations to Dr. Anupam Sivil, and thank you, Binakak, for being here to release the book. Congratulations. We hope it does well. Will you be signing?
Yes.
So there will be a signing at the book signing area at the back of the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. Please do go over there, and Anupam will be there to sign for you. So we will be going into the final session for the day in just a few moments. That session is A Mountain in Tibet, Colin Thubrong, and he'll be introduced by Samant Subramaniam. We'll just take a couple of minutes to do the turnaround. And while we're doing that, a small announcement. Is Mr. Anil Kumar Badatia in the audience? If so, you are the winner of the Rajnigandha Silver 6 words short story contest for today. His 6-word short story is as follows. All are equal, some are more. So Mr. Anil, if you're in the audience, please go to the Rajnigandha Lounge. It's at the back of the lawn. There is a prize waiting for you. It will be there until 5:30 today. We'll be going on with our next session in just a moment. And while we're waiting, I'll take this opportunity to remind you about the concert tonight at Hotel Clark's Amir. The performers tonight are Scavengers. Their sound is an organic melange of ska, rocksteady, reggae, dub, jazz, and punk, with some Cuban and other Latin influences thrown in. That sounds to me like something for everybody. And the second lineup is the Medieval Pundits, who I believe are based in Delhi. They come down to the Z Jaipur Literature Festival fairly often. It's always very high energy. There's lots of dancing. They're playing Indian electronica. So please do join us at the Hotel Clark's Amir. Those performances start at 7:30 tonight. Tickets are available on the door. The cost is 400 rupees. We are now ready to go on with the next session, A Mountain in Tibet. Let's give a very warm welcome to Colin Thubrong and Samant Subramaniam.
Oh, sure.
There will be time for a Q&A at the end of the session, and Colin will also be signing books, so we'll invite you to go over to the book signing area. For those who aren't aware of where that is, it's in the far left corner of the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. It's a red and white box stand. That's where you can get your books signed at the end, and Colin's books are available in the Full Circle bookstore.
Is this on? Yeah, okay. My job here is sort of very simple. I'm here for just a few minutes to make use of this immense privilege to introduce to you Colin Thubron. For those of us who dabble in travel writing occasionally, Colin is sort of an institution, not just for the sheer elegance of his prose and the insights that he brings, but also sort of the model of the traveler and the travel writer that he has sort of embodied throughout his career. It's a kind of model that is a grand romantic ideal in one sense. It's the sort of person who travels essentially without a return ticket. Somebody goes away for weeks or even months, immerses himself in the cultures and the languages, learns in fact some of the languages as he travels, and then comes back and distills his thoughts and his experiences into this wonderful prose. And in this model, he has sort of traveled through Syria, which is personally my favorite book, Lebanon, the Soviet Union, China, at a time when China was not sort of as open as it is today for travel. And today he's going to talk to us about his book, To a Mountain in Tibet, with the mountain at the heart of this is Mount Kailash. And I think perhaps more so than most of Colin's other books, To a Mountain in Tibet is as much about what he's seeing on the outside and experiencing as it is about what he's feeling on the inside. He goes to Tibet shortly after the passing of his mother, and there's beautiful passages about life and loss that mirror sort of the beauty and the starkness of the surroundings that he's in. So Colin is going to talk, I think, for 40 minutes, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience as well. I think over to you, Colin.
Thank you so much. Fine. Can I be heard? Yes. Oh, bad luck. Well, thank you. Well, I must start both with a warning and an apology. The apology is that I'm going to be talking about a journey to Mount Kailash in Tibet, which of course is sacred to Hindus as well as to Buddhists. So there are those of you here, I'm sure, that will know much more about it than I do. The warning comes in the words of the writer Dorothy Sayers, who had this to say about meeting her fellow authors. What we make is more important than what we are, particularly if making is our profession. People are always imagining that if only they can get hold of the author and, so to speak, shake him long enough and hard enough, something illuminating and interesting will drop out of him. But it doesn't. Or in the terser words of Margaret Atwood, if you like pate, don't bother to meet the duck. Well, in the most sacred of Hindu scriptures, as many of you will know, more than 2,000 years ago, there appears a mystic mountain. It rotates at the axis of all creation, going countless miles up to the palace of Brahma and plunging deep beneath the earth. From this sacred mountain flow mystically the four rivers that nourish the earth, and everything created, rocks, trees, humans, has its blueprint, as it were, on the slopes of this mystical mountain. In time, this mountain became associated with one which was real, a geographical mountain, the earthly Kailash, which is a mountain of extraordinary isolated beauty, separated in a way from the main body of the Himalayas, almost as if by divine intent, and now in Tibet. And early wanderers to the four great rivers of the Indian subcontinent, the Ganges, the Brahmaputra, the Sutlej, the Indus, found to their astonishment that all those four rivers had their source at cardinal points of Mount Kailash. It was indeed as if those wanderers had discovered the heart of the world. It's a site that has, of course, been controversial because it's in Tibet, and yet it's venerated by Hindus and by Buddhists of all nations. In other words, 1/5 of humankind regards this mountain as the heart of the world. So sacrosanct, in fact, that nobody's ever climbed it. It's never been climbed. It's unknown when the first pilgrims came there, but soon blessings were accruing to them in sacred lore that increased marvelously with time. In fact, in a single circuit of the mountain, it was supposed, it would expunge the sins of a whole lifetime. In legend, the Buddha himself arrived here and nailed Kailash to earth before it could be taken off by a demon. Meanwhile, Hindus believe the summit to be the palace of Shiva, who sits there in eternal meditation. Yet the god of death dwells on the mountain too. Nothing is total, nothing is permanent, not even him. My own motive for traveling to this mountain has a dark undertow. The Swiss writer Nicolas Bouvier wrote that you think you are making a journey, but soon it is making you. And I was on a kind of oblique pilgrimage of my own. People have often seen in pilgrimage something more complex, certainly, than those simple motives of simple piety or repentance. By walking closer to the earth and slowing down, there's a feeling of something more visceral going on. And there's an idea that walking is a kind of ritual in itself. Above all, do not lose your desire to walk, wrote Kierkegaard. I have walked myself into my best thoughts. By sitting still, the closer one comes to feeling ill. Thus, if one keeps on walking, everything will be all right. And a mountain in particular is potent, of course. To be ascending in so many cultures is to be drawing closer to the divine, whether it's the Greek paganism of Mount Olympus or the Hindu Himalaya. Robert Macfarlane writes that the equation of height with goodness is embedded in our language and consequently in the way we think. We move up or we sink down. One does not, by any linguistic circumstances, progress down. Although not always. One anonymous dissenter does remark that when a man's circumference bears more than a certain ratio to his altitude, he prefers the plains. Well, most of us in Europe are prisoners of that private faith that's called the sublime. In Europe, mountains often were images of dread at an early period. In fact, in the 16th and 17th centuries, we find accounts of travelers crossing the Alps, and they would literally go blindfold so that they wouldn't be made dizzy by the horrors around them. But then, by the late 18th century, we find attitudes changing, and it became quite common to read God's grandeur into mountains. They became, as it were, objects of secular worship. And I suppose I was following just such a trajectory, following the great valley of the Karnali River in western Nepal over to the sacred mountain in Tibet. My motive can hardly be made logical. It was a journey spurred by the death of the last of my family. There's nothing obviously unusual in a man of my age having no family left. But the journey was something I felt compelled to do. I wasn't actually sure that even that a book was going to arise from it. And I'll read you this very visceral motive because it's too complex and perhaps a little too painful to try to speak it otherwise. But my Sherpa, who I had with me, asked me, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "Traveling alone." And I find I cannot answer. But sometimes journeys begin long before their first step is taken. Mine, without my knowing, starts not long ago in a hospital ward as the last of my family dies. There's nothing strange in this, the state of being alone. The death of parents may bring resigned sadness, even a guilty freedom. Instead, I need to leave a sign of their passage. My mother died just now, it seems, not in the way she wished. My father before her, my sister before that, at the age of 21. The Sherpa's eyes stay mute on me, puzzled. Solitude here is an unsought peril. I joke, nobody's stupid enough to travel with me. It's already evening. Our feet grate over the stones. You cannot walk out your grief, I know, or absolve yourself of your survival, or bring anyone back. You are left with the desire only that things not be as they are. So you choose somewhere meaningful on the earth's surface, as if planning a secular pilgrimage. Yet the meaning is not your own. Then you go on a journey, it's my profession after all, walking to a place beyond your own history, to the sound of the river flowing the other way. In the end, you come to rest at a mountain that is holy to others. To ask of a journey why is to hear only my own silence. It's the wrong question, although there seems no other. Am I harrowing myself because the world is mortal? Whose pain am I purging? Not theirs. An old Tibetan monk tells me that the soul has no memory. The dead do not feel their past. Meanwhile, the sun is setting with a perverse radiance behind us. Imagine then Nepal, the Himalayas, Nepal, and in the far northwest of it, a very remote part, so remote in fact that there are no roads at all. You get a little twin otter aircraft, as I did, which lands you in a small town called Simikot, and there, in the rather Raj-like tradition that still prevails in parts of the Himalayas, I hired the minimum retinue I would have. It's a Sherpa and a horseman, and then made my way up the Kanali Valley, staying with Hindu and Buddhist families along the way. The trees are enormous here, vast firs and hemlocks, perhaps 150 feet above you sometimes. And curiously, for an English person, full of sounds that might be heard in English gardens, cuckoos and woodpeckers. It's a beautiful, densely forested valley in its beginnings. But of course, this area was the one that was plagued by Maoist guerrillas who inflicted 13,000 deaths on the Nepalese before they were finally coerced into attempting to share the government. The only danger, I was told here by my Sherpa, was a rather curious one. We were approaching a village and he said, I said, let's stay here for the night. And he said, we stay here, you die here. I said, die here? Why should I die here? Everybody seems quite peaceful. He said, I did not say die here. I said, you will diarrhea. Well, we did diarrhea, of course. And soon afterwards came a beautiful transition into the Tibetan world, the Tibetan Buddhist world, from the Hindu. You'll find suddenly on the roofs of the villages prayer flags are flying. Those flags which are supposed to be disseminated by the wind, all the prayers written on them for the good of all sensate beings. And then you come across Mani walls, which are inscribed. They're not walls at all. They're really sort of long, perhaps 6 foot high embankments, which may go on for quite a way, and they're entirely composed of stones with inscribed prayers on them. And they believe that if you circumambulate that wall, it will activate all those prayers again for the good of mankind. I was ascending by now into an area that was more eroded and bleak, and crossed into Tibet at 13,000 feet. And there, even though this is just a footpath, you are met by the Chinese. Chinese officials looking very smart, very polite. They clearly, their whole bearing seems to be telling you that they are bringing civilization to this country. They are bringing all the infrastructures of education and medicine to a land, the Tibetans, that they have been brought up to believe is just a sink of feudal serfdom, really. A life expectation of 36, people who they believe to be drunk and illiterate and insanitary. They don't understand, it seems, that by suppressing the religion in Tibet, they are destroying the country's heart. Finally, after numberless searches and regulations, I was allowed by the Chinese to continue, and the last thing I had to do was fill out a long questionnaire. The last question, because I was now in a tent where they were monitoring people for swine fever, it said, the last rather pedantic questionnaire, have you had close relations with pig during 1 week? Well, at last you move into Tibet after being cleared of a friendship with a pig. And it's a beautiful, strange upland, a violet-tinged landscape of extraordinary, strange enormousness and beauty. A country, nevertheless, that seems fearsomely solitary. You're now almost 3 miles above sea level. I think that, like most Westerners traveling to Tibet, I was the inheritor of a very powerful and confused mystique. In the 19th century, Western travelers certainly were only allowed to enter the country either in disguise, they only went in disguise, or at some danger with subterfuge. And Tibet in time became rumored as a place of occult miracles, where the paranormal was almost studied as a science, it was imagined, in the West. So Tibet became a kind of an unknown, a curious unknown. There were monks there, it was said, who performed great feats of sonic power and telepathy. The yogis could levitate and fly. There were the strange Lungpa, the windmen, whose feet barely touched the landscape as they walked, they simply drifted across it, and so on. And that mystique touched even Rudyard Kipling's Kim, for instance, and Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes, who took refuge in Tibet, supposedly, after he was apparently killed. The one country nobody had recognized Sherlock Holmes in was apparently Tibet. And this fantasy of Tibet continued far into the 20th century. As the West reeled through 2 world wars, the last strictures on Tibet faded away. It became a site of pure human longing. The name Shangri-La entered the language after James Hilton wrote a novel on Tibet called The Lost Horizon. This was published in 1933, and he imagined it, Tibet, inhabited by an echelon of seers, of holy men, who were going to redeem the world after its self-destruction. And the country's Buddhism, which all through the 19th century was considered a rather depraved kind of lost version of Buddhism, a sort of a cousin of the original that had somehow gone astray. It was suddenly conceived instead as the refined pinnacle of Buddhism, of a very developed faith which had been embalmed by the isolation of Tibet. Time, as it were, had stopped here. But it wasn't always so. The reality of Tibet was often quite violent. In the 7th and 8th centuries, the Tibetan Empire was so formidable that it sacked the great Tang dynasty city of Xi'an, and their armies reached to the borders of Burma. They were able to muster 200,000 men within a few weeks, and their armor was considered the finest in the world. And this strange anomaly, as we might probably see it now, continued well into the time when Tibet became filled with monasteries. I mean, in the 14th, 15th centuries, there were tremendous civil wars going on between the Tibetan monasteries, each with its own agenda. And the Dalai Lamas, even when the Dalai Lamas weren't murdered in infancy, they were often complicit in violence, even into the 20th century, the early 20th century. Monks, even now in Tibet, are the spearhead of revolt. We're familiar with this in the news, that it's monks that are protesting and monks that are often being harassed and arrested. When I told this to a friendly monk I knew in Kathmandu, a Buddhist Tibetan, he said, well, you get us wrong, he said. You in the West, you imagine monks are all pacifists and we're all gentle. He said, we're not. We're very passionate, Tibetan monks in particular. He said, we feel very strongly and we get out of control. He said to me, he said, only last night, he said, you should have seen the monks watching television, and they got terribly worked up. Apparently the monks were all followers of Manchester United, and they were furious because penalty tickets were being given out unfairly, they said, by the referee, and they were throwing things at the screen and shouting. And I said, monks watching football, I said, I thought that the monks were meditating in the evening or praying. And he said, well, you know, perhaps it is a kind of meditation. He said, they concentrate on the ball and the rest of the world goes away. Well, my first sighting of Mount Kailash was of a great dome floating above a lake of brilliant blue. This was the lake Rakashtal, the lake of demons, which flows into a more larger and more beautiful lake called Manasaravar. This lake seems almost to be carved out of the plateau like a bit of abstract sculpture. And again, as Kailash has never been climbed, so this lake, you're forbidden to fish in it, you're forbidden to swim in it, forbidden by sacred law. And nobody can have a boat on it, nothing. And so everything around that lake has never been hunted. You'll find the birds, Brahmani ducks, black-headed gulls, grebes, fringing the whole lake, 54 miles in circumference. It's the highest lake at 15,000 feet of that size in the world, and full of these virtually tame birds which you almost have to kick out of the way as you walk along it. It's a lake that to Hindus was created by the mind of God. It's, in other words, it's the flower of first consciousness. Sometimes Shiva floats here in the guise of a golden swan. And it was in these waters of great purity, that the Buddha's mother came to bathe when she was giving birth to him. And there were a few monasteries around it, anciently, but always very small. All of them had been demolished in the Cultural Revolution, but now 6 of them had returned. And when I went to them, they were tiny, humble places. And I can remember reading an account a century ago in which clearly they were always tiny. This account said there was just one monk in this remote monastery, one monk left, who would sound a great bronze bell over the waters that was heard by nobody at all. Beside the lake, I find hermit caves, and there was still evidence of hermits who had gone there in an old Tibetan tradition to meditate. And this tantric practice, as it is, of course, was inherited from India in the 8th century. The fulcrum, the heart of Tibetan Buddhism, what they called the Vajrayana, or the thunderbolt or diamond vehicle, by which they imagined ascend to nirvana within a single lifetime of very dangerous, in some ways, meditation. That's a scandalously short period, of course, to a conventional Buddhist, that you can attain nirvana in a lifetime. But I went into some of these little sanctuaries. The hermits were gone, but 1 or 2 had recently been there. One could see bags of salt little stoves, one or two scriptures discarded there, and it had, one or two looked as if they'd been vacated just a few months before. But as I approached Kailash itself, I came across a very different sort of worship. It was the Buddhist festival of Sagadawa, and there's an enormous pearl in a valley underneath Kailash, which, if the Tibetans manage to elevate it, it's prostrate most of the time. If they elevate it on Sagadawa and it remains built upright, it's a good sign for the coming year. If it leans or totters, it's an evil omen. And this enormous 80-foot pearl, I believe, is a very ancient leftover of a feeling in Tibet that once heaven and earth were joined together. It's reflected in the myths of the early Tibetan kings, who imagined that they descended from heaven by cords of light attached to their heads. And the ceremony, I think, is a very old one of loss, of the severance of earth from heaven, which adds another strain to that death-conscious side of the Tibetan religion. When I arrived there, the Chinese had penetrated the valley, and there's some 200 soldiers monitoring this ceremony. And I've never seen people ignore one another to the degree these two were doing, as if the Tibetans were simply seeing straight through them. They were gazing on Mount Kailash, they were gazing on the pearl, and it was as if the soldiers, who were quite boisterously parading with batons and riot shields, quite unnecessary, they were not apparently conscious of. Up on the plateau above this was a place for sky burial. And I'm sure, as some of you know, this was the way, and still is the way, by which the Tibetans will often dispose of their dead. It's the preferred way of death is for the body to be cut up and the corpse by somebody called a sky burial master. The bones are then pulverized and fed to vultures. These birds are sacred in Tibetan law. It's said that they only defecate in the sky, and in death their bodies don't fall to earth all of a piece, but they go on, the bird goes on flying upwards towards the sun until the wind takes it apart. On this plateau above the valley, people had left really tributes to the god of death as a sign to look favorably on them in their passing. So there was a woman's silk waistcoat, there were child's toys, there was a bitter wind going across, and vulture feathers. And I saw a man, a yogi or a shaman, I suppose, who was rolling in the dust there, on and on, invoking, I think, the Gompas, the lords of the cemetery, that they should really devour his ego. This was the idea, and so hurry him on to salvation. The ascent of mountains in many cultures, from ancient Egypt to Aboriginal Australia, means death. The mountain road is the path of the dead. The Assyrian word to die is to clutch the mountain. In fact, Japanese funeral processions, even today, start out by saying Yamaguchi, we go to the mountain. And as many as you will know, I know, the Hindu saying, to depart for Kailash, is a synonym for dying. Hindu and Buddhist pilgrims circle the mountain clockwise. They go to accrue merit, to cleanse sins, and for earthly blessings, sometimes very practical blessings, maybe the carving another yak or the birth of a son or better price for their butter. And it's said that a single circuit of the mountain will dispel even the murder of a lama or a parent. In the past, the rich sometimes paid a proxy to go around the mountain for them and divided the merit half and half. And even now, if a pilgrim goes around riding a horse or a yak, half the merit goes to the beast. It's some 33 miles in circuit, and it takes 3 or 4 days for most people to go around. For Tibetans, just 36 hours. They're so used to that altitude. And some go around prostrating themselves all the way, and that takes a month, just a ritual prostration all the way around the mountain. When I arrived and hoped to find some mode of transport to go around, I was told in the little station at the foot of the mountain, they said, we've run out of yaks. So there were no yaks, and my Sherpa and I simply shouldered a single tent and went off alone. The mountain, which looks from a distance as if it's almost circular, is in fact a wonderful pyramid. The northern face is a sheer drop of 5,000 feet of virtually sheer ice and rock. A terrible thing to look on, but in a way awesomely beautiful. The average pilgrim experience here is not actually an esoteric one. It's very raw. The whole zone for these pilgrims, Tibetans in particular, is charged with a kind of sanctity. The summit of Kailash is supposed to be the seat of Demchok, was a furious Buddhist deity. And the whole mountain is resonating with holiness. The rocks are considered to be alive. The peaks along the valley are all residences of various Buddha deities. And every oddity of crag or boulder is something's ascribed to it, some holy feat. There are caves there, which used to be where hermits had meditated. And those caves are still said to be alive with the numen, the power of the hermits who once dwelt there. The footprints of saints and hermits and of the Buddha himself are all around the mountain. The surviving Bon, which is the oldest of the Tibetan religions, circle the mountain the other way. They go anti-clockwise. And then there are followers of the peaceful Jain sect who reverence the mountain because they believe it to be the site where their first prophet passed away. Hindu pilgrims see a landscape of their own, sometimes overlapping with the Buddhist. But I was surprised to see many coming down anti-clockwise. I imagined they were Bon to begin with, but no, there were Indians who had failed to reach the pass around the mountain. They looked dispirited, and they were riding horses, carrying little canisters of oxygen, discarding them into the rocks. And I realized that most of these who had failed to make the mountain pass, which is almost 19,000 feet, they came from lowland parts of India, maybe from the southern plains, from Mumbai, Chennai, and they hadn't realized what they were going to. And I think unscrupulous tour operators had told them it was much easier than it was. And after all, you fly up to Kathmandu, and then that's when you go on from Kathmandu, you're flown on to Lhasa, which is another 8,000 feet. Then you cross Tibet to the Lake Manas River, up to 15,000 feet. And these poor people had been fooled, I think, into thinking that it was easier than it was. And many had mountain sickness, and they died of oedema and heart conditions. H died on the mountain while I was there. But for the rest, Buddhist and Hindu, this is the ascent of the mountain is the trajectory of redemption. There's a place called Shivatsal there, which is a cemetery. But it's a cemetery not for bodies, but for clothes. People just discard their clothes there as a kind of token to Yama, the god of death, to look kindly on them when their next reincarnation occurs. And so this strange cemetery has clothing the builders, or simply lying around. And sometimes one finds people actually practicing their death there. They will lie down and imagine their death and try to become familiar with it, sometimes under the tutelage of a holy man. While I was there, just sitting there, a bundle of rags rose to its feet and turned out to be an old man who had been just practicing his death, and he grinned at me and walked on. So you climb on through an icy wind, and I could now, at almost 19,000 feet, take no more than about 10 paces Of course, you fear altitude sickness at such a height. Altitude sickness is no respect of age, gender, fitness, anything. It strikes one person and leaves another alone. I was lucky. My Sherpa, quaintly, was not. He got bad headaches, and I was exhausted, but all right. As you approach 18,600 feet, you come close to the summit of the pass, and this is sacred to Tara, the goddess of compassion. The gales that flow through the pass have toppled the great prayer flags in enormous heaps over the vast boulder which is sacred to the goddess. And only by stumbling round that among the prayer flags and parting them, you could see on the stone people had written mantra. Some had left teeth or little of their own blood or their hair on the stone as a symbol of their passing. An infectious sense of victory went up. Shamans were shouting victory to the gods. The Hindus were quietly taking their prasad. The Buddhists were meditating before going down on the very steep further side. But you may wonder, of course, what in fact is being redeemed. It's essentially, of course, it's depersonalized karma. There's no individual survival and no memory. This is a grander and less intense tradition than we're used to in Europe, of course, in which what matters is not the individual, but the weight of good or evil that is carried into the world after they've gone. It's a world, moreover, of course, that to Hindus is cyclical, that will return again and again. In a celebrated passage of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna addresses Arjuna the archer before battle. He says, "Thou hast mourned those who should not be mourned. Nor at any moment was I not, nor thou, nor these kings, and not at all shall we ever come not to be." So these two warriors pass into battle and hew men down with those exalted smiles of the half smiles of Hindu gods, for they know they're killing nothing of importance. In fact, the erasure of the individual is the condition of salvation. My Buddhist monk friend in Kathmandu insisted that Buddhism is not a religion. He said, it's not even a philosophy, it's a science. At its highest level, he said, it's a technique of true realization. As he told me, we have no God, we have no soul. This, of course, offers little comfort to somebody from the European tradition who desire or believe that memory may survive, human characteristics may survive, and even human appearance. But, as the Buddhists say, from all that he loves, man must part. In conclusion, very briefly, I prefer to leave you with an account of my first sighting of Mount Kailash. I was approaching here momentarily by Land Rover from the Tibetan border. As we climb higher, the sky goes light and thin. Here and there, a monastery stands in the wastes, and nomad flocks are grazing on nothing under the far mountains. Then, at 16,000 feet, we crest the Thaladong Pass and come to a stupefied halt. We are gazing on a country of planetary strangeness. Beneath us, in a crescent of depthless silence, a huge lake curves empty, out of sight. It is utterly still. In the plateau's barren smoothness, it makes a hard purity, like some elemental carving, and its color is almost shocking, a violent peacock blue. There's no bird or wind-touched shrub to start a sound. And in the cleansed stillness, high above, floating on foothills, so faded that it seems isolated in the sky, shines the cone of Mount Kailash. In this heart-stopping moment, pilgrims burst into cries and prayer. There seem no colors left in the world but this bare earth brown, the snow is white, and the sheen a mirrored sky. Everything else has been distilled away. The south face of Kailash is fluted with the illusion of a long vertical stairway, as if for spirits to climb by. It shines 50 miles away in unearthly solitude. Void of any life, the whole region might have survived from some sacred prehistory, shorn of human complication. We have entered Holy Land. Thank you very much.
That was lovely, thank you. I have only one question, I think, before I throw it open to the audience, who I'm sure will have plenty more. You know, the sort of the atmosphere, the aura around Mount Kailash, because of sort of the religious practices and the history associated with it, seems to almost invite meditations on life and death and the meaning of life. And you went to Kailash in a state of mind that was sort of bordering on sorrow, that was discombobulated in some way, that you were sort of unsettled by the loss of your mother and of the rest of your family over the previous years. In what state of mind did you return from Kailash? What did Kailash do to you?
I wish I could say that I had had some sort of epiphany, some great spiritual healing of some kind. It wasn't quite like that. I think I never expected it to be. The curious thing I think that happened to me was that I came in contact with another tradition than my own. Of course, like anybody, almost anybody in England, I was brought up in a Christian tradition.
Right.
And whether or not we believe in an afterlife, whatever we believe, to come in contact with the Buddhist Hindu tradition, which is basically saying that the individual doesn't matter that much, that you yourself don't matter that much, is quite cleansing, as not necessarily anything you might believe in, but as a possibility.
Right.
And I found that in some way stilled me and made a bit of a difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the audience. I think there's a bunch of questions there. We'll get mics to you, so if you could just stand up and ask your question, that would be perfect. Anyway, I mean, whoever has a mic.
Do you think, I'm over here. Do you think Kailash will ever be climbed by anybody? A rogue climbing group or a Chinese sanctioned expedition?
Well, I wonder. There have been rumors that climbers have got there covertly, but it would be a dangerous thing to do if they were seen up there and it's very exposed. There are plenty of angry Buddhists and Hindus waiting a little bit below. I don't know. It's hard to imagine that every mountain in the world won't be climbed at some stage. And I know Reinhold Messner, the great Italian-Swiss mountaineer, did apply to the Chinese to climb it. And he was about to do it, I think. But then he realized how unpopular, to say the least, this was going to be, how he was violating something. And he backed down. And I think the Chinese have now refused permission to anybody that wants to climb it. It's perfectly climbable. I mean, it looks austere, but there's one side of it that could be scaled. There were one or two people during the British period of some sort of ascendancy in the area who did try to climb it, but they came to grief. One old fellow sort of tried to climb it with a rolled up umbrella and a bowler hat, and he didn't make it. So I don't know the answer to your question really, except that as far as I know, nobody has yet climbed it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Colin, it's a great honour to see you today. I've read all your books. I thought the book on Siberia in particular was a masterpiece. But I'd just like to ask you, because you've been to so many remote places, do you feel a sense of sadness or despair that some of these cultures have been vanquished, some are in the process of being vanquished. How does that sit with you? Obviously about a number of places, but perhaps Tibet in particular.
I'm so sorry, I rather lost the question. Did you hear?
Sort of about the vanquishment of cultures.
How do you feel about
Tibet
the fact that some of the places you visited, the cultures have been vanquished or are in the processes of being, have changed dramatically, both with modernization, war, time?
The Tibetan culture is being vanquished, were you thinking?
Well, other places as well where things have changed so exponentially over many decades. Since you visited them.
The huge question. In the case of this journey, yes, I think the beating heart of Tibet is its monasteries, and every monastery has a communist sort of section in a little quango supervising what they do. But the most damaging, I think, that has sort of eviscerated Buddhism in Tibet is that old tradition of teacher to student has been severed, particularly for those serious monks who want to meditate, which is a very esoteric practice, and you need a teacher. The teachers are vital, and that's something that has been damaged very badly under the Chinese. I don't know, I couldn't quite get the rest of your question, whether it was cultures in general that I felt.
Yeah, I mean, some of the erosion of cultures, I guess, by maybe more dominant cultures, and whether you feel a certain sadness or what you feel when you revisit some of these places.
I'm sorry, yes, I didn't get all of your. Yes, of course I feel sad to see. I like variety, and that's why travel writers go, of course, is to see difference. And I like differences in language, culture. The more differences there seem to be, the more possibilities there seem to be of the way we live and what we believe in. So it always makes me sad to see a culture beginning to go or almost extinct, as we are seeing perhaps now among some of the Christian peoples of the Middle East.
Yes, over here in the middle, there's a bunch of people near the aisle.
It's heartening to learn from you that we can't swim at Mansarovar and can't take a boat there. Is that the rule that you mentioned? Because in 85 when I went there, we were swimming around and we had a rubber boat there, and the whole philosophy of Manasarovar is to lie on your back there and meditate on your inside through your nabhi, the belly button, and that's where the Brahma's lotus comes out from. So did you check on why these the Hindu traditions to bathe in Mansarovars have been eroded? I mean, did you check why these rules and regulations have taken away the liberty of really living there? Swami Parvanand in his book really recommends that he would like to see travelers coming there and having a picnic. So did you challenge this to the Chinese government or to the Buddhist monks?
He says he's bathed and boated around in Manasarovar in the lake, and whether the rules have changed at some point. This was in the mid-80s, I believe, and so maybe when you went, had they gotten stricter about what you could do?
It's possible. I never saw any boat on Manasara or anybody fishing, anybody swimming in it. I don't know. I've never heard of anybody actually sailing a boat there, except way back in the late 19th century. So I don't know the answer to your question, I'm afraid, except that those who I did see wading into the water were pious Hindus who were, of course, praying.
Okay, yes sir, over here.
I am planning to go in the next June, and I'm 60. So are there any tips you would like to give us?
Colin would, do you have tips for traveling there?
Well, I would go with plenty of hope. I did it when I was 70. So it's perfectly possible. What I would say was, I did find that people were doing it who were really ill-advised to do it. They weren't fit enough. I would have proper medical checks. In India now, the government, if you go on a government quota, will impose medical checks for you to go. But there are other, I think, unscrupulous tour operators in this country who will persuade you that you don't really need a medical check, or it doesn't matter, or that it's all very easy. It's not easy. It's tough climbing. The worst, I'd say the worst, it's lack of oxygen that really gets people, and that's the danger. It's very tiring. And I would recommend, I think, probably going some of the way on a horse. It depends how fit you are. But don't take it lightly, but go. It's wonderful.
Okay.
We have a question at the front here, and then
Yes,
let's
sir.
take one from the back.
Yes, sir.
If I could just ask you to say a little bit, or your comment, that the monks believe that the soul has no memory. Because I have heard a contrary theory that the soul survives for 7 generations, and for the first generation, the dead are quite in touch, watching over their flock below. But that, of course, couldn't happen if they have no memory. So I'd be interested if you could inform us any more on this.
It's a very good question, very interesting. And of course, just as there are many forms and beliefs within Christianity, so there are within Buddhism. And I've heard just such a phenomenon as you speak of. Similarly, in Tibetan Buddhism, there are tales of, when they create a new Dalai Lama, it's because they imagine that the infant who they have selected has recognized the clothes of a previous Dalai Lama. So there's some memory going on. And similarly, there are all sorts of tales of people, suddenly remembering a previous life that are quite common in ordinary Tibetan culture. But I think that classical Buddhism, what you would call it, would not follow those theories. But as you've rightly said, there are different strands and beliefs. But on the whole, quite unlike the Christian tradition, where the soul is said to retain memory, appearance, everything, the Buddhist is left behind.
We have time for 2 more questions. Let's go to the back somewhere if somebody has a question. Yes, sir.
Hello. Mr. Thiruvan, I'm interested in knowing what is the one thing about Tibetan Buddhism that drew your attention towards it at the first place? And my second question is, your journey to the Kailash and to the Himalayas, how did that help you deal with the loss of your dear ones?
Well, I think the second part you did answer. You said that
Yes.
there was a cleansing that you experienced. But what about the first part? What was it about Tibetan Buddhism that drew you there in the first place?
I think like almost all Westerners, Europeans, I'd read terribly little about Tibetan Buddhism. Virtually the only book that people would be expected to have read was the Book of the Dead, which I had read, and which is an extraordinary document, which it's possible because of the sort of mixture of exactitude and science that to imagine that this has quite a potent reality to it. I think in fact that it's a much later and more suspect book than popularly it's supposed to have been. But that was the first germ, I suppose, of my thinking that this was an extraordinary and potent form of Buddhism. But I started in great ignorance and ended with respect and a little more knowledge.
And one last question. Yes, sir, the gentleman here, you've had your hand up.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for a very riveting account. It calls memories back of 2009 trek that I did to Kailash. But that was as the Indian government organized tour. It takes you along the Kali River, Indo-Nepal border. and gradually acclimatizes, so takes care of a lot of acclimatization issues which have been flagged here, and you gradually enter Tibet at 5,200 meters, the Lipu Lake Pass. My question to you, yes, thank you for pointing that out, is, the Rakshas Tal and the Manasarovar Tal. Have you wondered about the origins? So one of the theories, and I'm just trying to pick your brains on this, is when the Indian plate collided with the Asian plate, and the Himalayas rose up, and the Gondwana land went back. So, and you had the sea in between, which was called, now known as the Tethys Sea. So, any comments, reflections on the origin of lake, and a possibility that the lake has emanated from the Tethys Sea, part of the sea that got trapped and resulted in birth of the rivers?
I mean, you'd mentioned that the lake came out of the mind of the creator, but if you were to assume the hat of a geologist for a minute, do you know where the lake came from?
Yes, no, I think you're probably right that, when the Indian subcontinent hit the bottom of what we think of as Asia now and pushed up the Himalayas, which are quite a young range, that Manasarova and others, Rakshas Tal, were the isolated remains, very likely, of the Tethys Sea. I'm not sure anybody is quite sure of this, how be hard to be, but that's so. And thank you for mentioning that the Indian government also has been sending people up the Karnali River as I went, because it is a slow accommodation and better. But those strange lakes there, they do look as if they've been left over from some ancient tectonic shift. And it's fascinating to think that the Himalayas are in fact still rising. They're not static. They are inching up with the ancient impact of the continent that impacted southern Asia. In fact, mountaineers tend to say you better climb the Himalayas quick before they get any taller.
Colin Thubron, thank you so much for an excellent talk. We really learned a lot, and thank you all for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Colin Thubron and Samantha Subramaniam. Colin will be signing books, so please do go to the Full Circle bookstore if you don't have his books already with you, and you'll find him in the book signing area here in the back left corner at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. And that brings us to the end of the literary program here at Diggy Palace today. We are, of course, hosting a music concert tonight at Hotel Clark's Amer with performers Scavengers and Medieval Pundits. They're playing at 7:30 till 10 o'clock. Tickets cost 400 rupees. You can buy a ticket at the door. It promises to be a high energy evening with lots of dancing if you need to shake out all the cerebral activity from today. And here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawns, we'll be back in the morning. We host a music performance here at this venue from 9:15, and tomorrow morning the performer will be Anirban Bhattacharya. Anirban Bhattacharya is a Hindustani classical vocalist of the Patiala tradition, and that's from 9:15 to 9:45 tomorrow morning before the literary sessions start at 10 o'clock. Just to conclude the day, I'm going to thank